Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting our presentation in 5 minutes. This morning's presentation will begin in just a minute or two with a short video about the Biopreservation Association. So stay tuned and we're going to get going in just a minute.
There's a reason Houston is called the Bayou City. The more than 2,500 miles of waterways in 22 watersheds of the city and county, which ultimately flow into the Gulf of Mexico. From Armand Bayou and Clear Creek in the south to Greens Bayou and Spring Creek in the north, bayous are part of what makes Houston unique. Bayou Preservation Association works to ensure that we celebrate, protect, and restore, or CPR, if you will, the natural richness of all of our bayous and streams, which are virtually and vitally important to our ecosystem and our quality of life. If 2020 taught us anything, it's the green spaces are more important than ever. Bayous and our waterways at large are arguably our region's greatest natural resource. They are the freshwater arteries and green vines that keep our city alive. The health of our bayous determines the health of our bays and the Gulf, which determine the health of industry and our economy, which ultimately affects the health of all of our region's residents, human and animal alike. Our bayous and their riparian corridors, natural land, and along those waterways are the vital, essential thing that we need to protect. In fact, stepping back, in 1966, a group of homeowners in Houston's Memorial Park actually formed what is then called the Buffalo Bayou Preservation Association to protect the natural beauty of their neighborhood bayou. Although the nonprofit began with a focus on Buffalo Bayou, by 1969 members realized that their concerns for Buffalo Bayou applied to all of Houston and Harris County's watersheds, and the organization was renamed Bayou Preservation Association. Ongoing programs include stream corridor restoration, bayou citizen science, trash-free bayous, and bayou appreciation. Advocacy, education, and outreach run through all of our ongoing programs. Stream corridor restoration projects include a 45-acre riparian band of coastal forest along Clear Creek in Challenger 7 Memorial Park, partnering with the Galveston Bay Estuary Program, Harris County Precinct 1, the Student Conservation Association, and others. Achieving 90% removal of invasive plants here and in other targeted areas is the organization's standard. Under our Bayou Citizen Science program, Bayou Preservation Association acts as a Texas Stream Team group under the Houston-Galveston Area Council. The organization trains volunteers who conduct and submit water quality testing and field observation results. The Trash-Free Bayous Committee works closely with the City of Houston's Community Health Improvement Program on identifying and addressing the most littered waterways in Houston. Regular litter cleanups are conducted with volunteers or in partnership with local communities, bayou organizations, businesses, and regional parks. Accomplishments include the cleanup and prevention project at Berry Ditch, where decades of sediment, trash, and even litter in the waterways and banks were removed through agreements with Harris County Flood Control District and Buffalo Bayou Partnership. Now, the Bayou Appreciation Program promotes recreational opportunities for people to really experience our bayous firsthand with safe, enjoyable, and informative outdoor activities. The organization is building its technological capacity to pilot virtual hikes along riparian areas as a way to educate residents about the values and functions of our bayou system. Our annual symposium has become a sought-after educational event among key policymakers, planners, scientists, engineers, and interested citizens who value the expertise presented by our informed panels. About 200 individuals attend each year to learn about emerging watershed issues and to discuss possible solutions. All of these programs support Bayou Preservation Association's goal of increasing stewardship opportunities to improve the health of our watersheds, creeks, and our bayous. Our bayous offer an escape from the hustle and bustle of the city, a respite from the noise, the traffic, the pollution, and the hurriedness. They recreate along and recreational areas and bayous by strolling, taking photos, bicycling, paddling, and kayaking, even bird watching. And whether it's the 1 trillion gallons of water that our bayous moved out of our area in our city during Harvey, or expanding essential role supporting mental health, recreation, and space to social distancing, our bayous are the common thread. They connect communities, they connect habitats, and they connect all of us to ourselves. Get involved with your watershed. Go out and discover the Bayou experience. We all have a vested interest in a healthy environment. Visit bayoupreservation.org to learn more and join us.
Well, welcome everyone. Welcome to the 19th Annual Biopreservation Association Symposium. This year's theme is the cost of doing nothing, opting for resilience. Good morning, I'm Christopher Brown and I serve as the Secretary of the organization's Executive Committee. It's my pleasure once again to moderate today and tomorrow's events. But first I'm going to introduce our President and CEO, Brittany Flowers, who's going to start us off with some opening remarks. Good morning, Brittany.
Good morning, everyone. There we go. Good morning, all. It's my honor to kick off this virtual two-day symposium organized by our faithful Symposium Planning Committee. It has been 19 years since our inaugural Bayou Preservation Association Symposium, Backyard, Bayou, and Beyond. And again, I would like to thank the dedicated members of the Symposium Planning Committee and our faithful chairs, Becky Olive and Chris Brown. As the President and Chief Executive Officer for Bayou Preservation, I am happy to see this symposium taking place on the heels of the final episode of Houston Public Media's 5-part audio series, Below the Waterlines. What an illuminating series. This year's theme, the cost of doing nothing, opting for resilience, is one of Bayou Preservation's primary methods for highlighting regional issues and presenting a course of action. I am pleased that this symposium has brought together regional leaders and high-level decision makers dealing with cost and resilience to guarantee integration from design to build. Therefore, today, we are building a bridge between regional and state priorities, development and conservation goals, equity and advancement. This symposium offers an excellent opportunity to fully understand the linkages between targets set and actions reported. As an association focused on the 22 watersheds across our region, Bayou Preservation works to highlight the importance of coordinating efforts to achieve two critical goals: resilience and growth. Since our last symposium, Green in a Word is Good, the association has trained volunteer monitors covering 6 bayous, restored over 26 acres of riparian habitat, engaged over 2,000 members about the benefits of native plants and nature-based solutions, and removed over 8,000 pounds of trash from our waterways. Bayou Preservation also hosts 5 regionally focused committees working to coordinate methods and take advantage of collaborative opportunities. Nonetheless, much more will be required to reduce the impact of inaction. For example, climate change has brought more variability in water flows to coastal waters. This presents evolving and ever-changing challenges for urban planners, coastal industries, tourism, fishing-dependent communities, health authorities, and managers of marine assets. We often say we must not work in silos. We all agree that this is essential and needed. Let us use this 2-day event to start turning this commitment into action. Again, I thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to learning from the many talented speakers we have with us over the next 2 days. Chris?
Great, thank you, Brittany, very much for getting us started. As you mentioned, we've got a long history, almost 20 years now, of being privileged to hear from elected officials during our symposium. Their continued participation has shown us that our mission to celebrate, protect, and restore the natural richness of our bayous and streams is actually being heard in many circles of our government. Given its geographical size, the strategic importance regarding flood protection, and being the central county in the greater Houston region, we've often invited Harris County officials to participate in our symposium, and this year's no different. So with some special remarks this morning, please welcome this taped remarks from Harris County Precinct 1 Commissioner Rodney Ellis.
I'm honored to be a part of today's important discussion on the cost of doing nothing, opting for resilience. If you're here today, it means you care deeply about this county we call home. I understand we have engineers, public servants, environmental justice advocates, and nonprofits coming together for the next 2 days around this single concept, resilience. So I think we should start by thinking about what that means. It's the ability of our community to adapt to and recover from adversity. It's not linear, it's complex and dynamic. Resilience isn't a one-time event, a box you can check. It's a process and mindset, a way to meet challenges in the world with logic, good stewardship, and respect for the lived environment. A resilient community taps into diverse resources to withstand an extreme event. It invests in sustainable networks of both physical and social infrastructure. It responds to a crisis or even multiple crises in an equitable way. A resilient community promotes the safety of its residents and promotes knowledge sharing, innovative practices, and collective action. For Harris County, I believe resilience is not an option, it's a necessity. Last month, we marked 5 years since Hurricane Harvey. You know the numbers, 33 inches of rain in 4 days. The same amount poured out of Niagara Falls in a year. It was devastating. It was pure hell. When we reflect on that time and the work that's been done since, I'm fervent in the belief that all of our residents deserve to live in a resilient county. They deserve this regardless of their wealth or zip code. Neglected communities deserve to see projects in their neighborhood making a difference during a heavy rain. They deserve access to relief and remediation to make their lives whole again. In the past, the word resilient was used to describe people, the kind of people who have grit, who get knocked down again and again, but somehow persevere. We shouldn't live in a world that requires individuals to be resilient. We should build resilient communities that lift people up, preserve our natural resources, and protect every resident's right to breathe clean air and live in a safe neighborhood. Houston is the deadliest metro area in America for drivers, passengers, and the people in their path. 640 people die each year on our roads. This loss is the equivalent of 3 fully loaded 737s crashing at George Bush International Airport every year. Nearly 3,000 more suffer serious injuries. We could approach this issue in a reactive way, but I don't think that's the answer. Resilience is. We're pursuing a quality of life transformation that will affect generations of Houstonians and Harris County residents. We've come up with a creative way to fund an ambitious expansion of bike paths with money from suburban commuters. We approved a plan to use over $53 million in toll road money to pay for a major expansion of our bike trails, connecting communities that currently have little or no access to safe bike paths. It's my hope that we'll eventually invest over $600 million on this initiative that will give us 236 miles of new interconnected bike paths. This is just one example of how we're investing in projects that improve safety, enhance communities, and protect our environment. Another key component of this quality of life transformation is addressing public safety. We're removing blight, we're addressing our court backlog, and beefing up our reentry and reintegration housing programs. We're responding to nonviolent calls with appropriate support and connecting at-risk individuals to mental health, social, educational, economic, and employment services. And instead of incarcerating our kids, we're supporting at-risk youth and diverting young people from the criminal justice system. And we've reduced homelessness through affordable housing and homeless prevention. It sounds like a lot, because it is a lot. But that is what our region needs and wants, and we will deliver on that. A hobby school poll from the University of Houston identified violent crime as the second most important concern among Harris County residents. What was first? Flooding. We've had 7 federally declared disasters in the past 7 years and suffered an estimated $2 billion in damage from Hurricane Harvey alone. We have communities still recovering from Harvey, and two once-in-a-life century storms surviving Tropical Storm Imelda, a pandemic and a power grid failure. We're witnessing a new breed of unpredictable, supercharged storms, and we're moving with urgency. This summer, we completed Project Braze, the largest partnership by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Harris County Flood Control to date, including more than 75 projects totaling $480 million, 5 stormwater detention basins, covering a total of more than 800 acres, or roughly the size of New York Central Park, 31 miles of channel widening improvements, 32 bridge replacements or modifications. Projects like Braze and other $100 million flood damage reduction projects happening all across our region are critical to our future in an era of climate change. But we must also ensure that work happens in an equitable way. These disasters do more than flood our buildings. They reveal inequities and perpetuate them at the same time. The cost of doing nothing is too steep. But the truth is, the cost is greater for some communities than it is for others. Not everyone can uproot their families and move if the flooding gets worse or crime becomes unbearable. Resilience is a way to innovate without leaving anyone behind. It's a way to address unprecedented threats with ingenuity, but also equity. It is bigger than disaster relief. It's even bigger than our vision of environmental justice. Resilience is a way to make our society work for everyone, not just now, but in the future. Thank you for committing to this vision and coming together so we can learn from each other and take action.
Excellent remarks from the Commissioner this morning. We thank him very much. Appreciate him sharing those thoughts and also lending us several of his directors for today's presentations. We're going to hear a lot more from Harris County throughout this morning. Before we begin, let me quickly recognize our event sponsors. The Symposium is our organization's premier education event, and the participation of our funders allows us to continue putting on this program every year. So thank you so much to AECOM, EHRA Engineering, Tally Landscape Architects, the Houston Galveston Area Council, RES, Harris County Engineering Department, Houston Public Works, Port Houston, GSI Environmental, Civil Tech, SWCA Environmental Consultants, ABHR, and Sheed Conservation Solutions. If we were in person, we'd be giving all of these funders a big hand, so thank you all. So today's symposium topic, the cost of doing nothing, opting for resilience. It's meant to help us better understand resilience. You heard some of those definitions from the Commissioner. I think those are very apt. Resilience is one of those words that may mean different things to different people and sometimes can even be confused with sustainability. As each of today's and tomorrow's presenters are going to talk about resilience, let's note where we have overlap and where we have agreement, but also where we still need to find common ground. We need to better understand how we are already preparing, but also what else needs to be done to be ready for the next Harvey type event. I mean, let's face it, we have always known we have to be able to face that next hurricane. And in many ways, that knowledge serves us because we've recovered from so many previous storms. That proves our resilience as a community. Think about what Florida is going to experience this week. And let's keep all those neighbors in our thoughts. But do we know how they're going to, we know how they have to prepare. Hopefully they are prepared. We know what they're going to be going through. But in terms of our next storm on the Texas Gulf Coast, we're going to have to rely on multiple aspects of our community, just as the Commissioner outlined. And that's really what this symposium is going to highlight. We do have new, stronger regulations for stormwater detention and flood protections that were implemented by the counties and the cities that are going to protect new developments. But what other parts of our urban and natural landscape are how do we protect those? What can be done to make better use of the undeveloped land that surrounds us? What can be done to better protect existing neighborhoods and businesses, especially those that repeatedly face the brunt of downstream stormwater flows? Are those parts of our community capable of the kind of continued resilience that they're going to keep facing in repeating flooding events? Are the governmental budgets resilient enough to fund these efforts to protect our citizens from flooding while still maintaining all the other services that governments provide? So in essence, how resilient are we really? So enough of the questions. Let's start hearing some answers. This morning and tomorrow, we've assembled a wide range of speakers to address this wide-ranging topic. You're going to be able to ask some questions of all of our speakers in the chat function, and I'll relay those at the end of each presentation to our speakers. And just so you're not staring at the computer for too long, we do have a couple of breaks built into this program. I also want to note this afternoon at the Kirby Ice House, we're going to be having an in-person social mixer from 4 to 6. Kirby Ice House is on 3333 East Side Street, and that's a block north of Richmond, over there between Buffalo Speedway and Richmond Avenue. We know that we've got about 30 of you already attending today. You've let us know, but if anyone else wants to join us, you're welcome to. And members of the organizing committee, myself, and some of our speakers, we will see you there. So let's begin. Our first presenter is Dr. Pramod Sambidi. He is the Senior Manager for Data Analytics and Research at the Houston-Galveston Area Council. And one of the ways to know how to prepare for storms is to know how your population is distributed. So Dr. Sambidi's presentation will focus on the changing demographics of the Houston-Galveston region. And we're going to get some insights into regional population and employment growth over the next 25 years, including geographic distribution of new households and jobs. So Dr. Sambidi, get us started this morning. Thanks for being with us.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen. 1 second. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes, sir, you're good to go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So my name is Pramod Sambidi. I'm the Senior Manager with the Data Analytics and Research at the Houston-Galveston Area Council. And I oversee the demographic and traffic forecast for the region. So let me start with the HGSC region. So for some of you who are not familiar with it, so HGSC covers 13 counties, the Harris and the surrounding counties, and includes 135 cities, and is home for 7 million people and 3 million jobs. And HGSC also serves as the MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization, for the 8-county metro area, as indicated in this map, the red portion. So, so the presentation will be in 2 parts. First, I will be going at looking at the historic demographic trends, and then I'll be looking at the forecast of population and employment. So let's start with the demographic trends, historic demographic trends. So as you can see, our region has added over 5 million people in the last 5 decades. So going from population of 2.3 million in 1970 to 7.3 million in 2020, and that's a significant, very significant growth. And moreover, if you look at the last 2 decades, from 2000 to 2010 and from 2010 to 2020, the region has added 1.2 million people in each of these last 2 decades. So this is coming from the decennial census data that was recently released. So currently our region is home for 7.3 million people. And let's look at the changes in the racial and ethnic composition of our region. As you can see, the region has been going through a significant change in the race and ethnic composition. And if you look at, for example, in 1970, 71% of our population is white, and 9% is Hispanic, and 19% Black, and that's all. However, if you look at the historic trend, you can see a decline in the Anglo population or the white population, and at present it is at 34%. And you can see an increase in the Hispanic population gradually, and currently we have 37% of our population is Hispanic, And there is not much change in the composition or the share of the Black population. However, we see an increase in other population, other race or ethnicity, which mainly composed of Asian population. So out of these 12%, 7% is Asian population. So we are going through a significant change in the demographic composition of our region. And let's also look at the age composition. This is also kind of very important. If you look at kind of focus on the green share here, which is age 65 plus, and you can see historically we have the share of the elderly population has been increasing significantly. And right now in 2020, 11% of our population is age 65 plus. And if you look at the composition of the young people, young kids, which is age 0 to 17, and it has been decreasing historically. And right now, 26% of our population is between ages of 0 to 17. So we are not only going through significant changes in race and ethnicity, we're also going through changes in terms of age composition. So we will have to look forward for future where we have more elderly population that would need services related to healthcare and social services. So we looked at the race and the age composition. Let's look at how our region is growing. So here, what we did was we divided the region into kind of rings, we'll say. So we have the loop, which is 610 loop, the area inside 610 loop, and we have the area between the loop and Beltway 8. And then we have area between Beltway 8 and Grand Parkway, which is this yellow portion. And then we have the area between Grand Parkway and the 8-county MPO region. We call it as outside Grand Parkway. And then we have rural counties, 5 of the rural counties of the HCFCD. So if you look at the historic share of these areas or these regions, you'll see like if you go back to 1980, the area between Inner Loop and Beltway 8 is the one which has a higher share of the population. But as you move from 1980 to 1990 and move forward, you will see a significant increase in population in the area between Grand Parkway, between Beltway 8 and Grand Parkway. So the area, the yellow area here you see is indicated by these blue bar. And as you can see, we are adding a lot of people in these particular region. And at the same time, you'll also see that area outside Grand Parkway and within the 8-county MPO region is also significantly growing. And if you look at 2020, by 2020, the population between Beltway 8 and the loop and the population between Grand Parkway and the 8-county MPO region are kind of more or less close. So in the future, this would probably be crossing even this orange bar. And if you look at the loop, there's not much change in the population within the loop. However, from 2010 to 2020, there has been a lot of redevelopment and a lot of multifamily, new multifamily being built. And that's why I don't know if you can see it clearly, but there is a slight bump in population within the loop from 2010 to 2020. However, if you look at the rural counties, there is not much growth in the rural counties, and it's almost same. So that's with the historic growth. And now let's look at the, so we looked at the past, now let's look at the future. And so before I show you the forecast results, so as part of our forecast, we also collect information on planned developments that includes master plan communities, new multifamilies, commercial development. So the map here kind of shows the planned developments in the next few years or 10, 15 years. And most of these are master plan communities. As you can see, around 300,000 units are already planned in the near future. And out of that, 132,000 are in Harris County, and then we have 45,000 in Fort Bend, 57,000 in Montgomery, and 24,000 units in Brazoria, likewise. And if you look at this distribution, you can see there's a lot of new development happening in the Pearland Manuel area, and we also have development in Katy Full Share area. And this is Bridgeland. If you look at the Bridgeland is a master plan community with 18,000, around 18,000 units. That's quite significant. It's one of the biggest, largest master plan community. And we can also see growth happening in the north of Conroe, and then we have on the Liberty County side. And we also see growth happening inside the loop, and most of these is redevelopment, and that mostly some of the old multifamily getting converted into new high density multifamily, or some of the warehouses being converted to multifamily. So there's a lot of growth happening across the region. So here is the forecast. Each grid is 3 square miles, and the grids that are in red color indicate population over 50,000, followed by orange and yellow. And if you look at the population growth, so the region is expected to add 3.6 million people in the next 25 years, and that's quite significant. And as you can see with this map here, the region is sprawling. I mean, the growth is happening everywhere. I mean, it's basically most of these green land is being converted to development. So that's, the region is sprawling, and the map here kind of shows exactly where that growth is expected to happen in the next 25 years. And if you look at this map, the growth is expected to happen along the west side of Grand Parkway mainly. So this is the Grand Parkway here, and you can see growth happening along the Grand Parkway. And also, as I indicated, Pearland and Manuel area here. And there is also growth, a lot of redevelopment again happening inside the Harris County urban core, mainly area between inside the Beltway 8. So a lot of these are multifamily developments. So that's with respect to the population growth. And okay, same thing as we looked at the past. So we only forecast for the 8-county MPO region. So that's why we are looking at this 8-county map here. And here we did the same thing. We divided the region into kind of 4 rings: the loop area between Loop and Beltway 8, and then the area between Beltway 8 and Grand Parkway, and outside of Grand Parkway. So if you look at the share from 2000 to 2045, the share of population inside the loop is declining. So in 2000, it was 9.3%, and by 2045, it's going to be 6.8%. And similarly, the share of population inside Beltway 8, between Beltway 8 and the loop, is also expected to decline. That's because most of the growth that's happening is happening outside of Beltway 8, mainly between Beltway 8 and Grand Parkway, and area outside Grand Parkway. So if you look at the shares here of the change from 20 to 2045, 42% of the growth is expected to happen outside of Grand Parkway, and 32% of the growth is expected to happen between Beltway 8 and Grand Parkway. So a lot of growth is happening, and the region is kind of expanding to the suburbs. And with respect to employment, as you can see, the region is expected to add 1.6 million jobs in the next 25 years. And unlike population, the growth is expected to happen in the existing employment centers. And the most of the jobs that are kind of forecasted in the suburban areas or the rural areas are mostly population serving jobs, whereas office jobs are mostly expected to grow in the existing employment centers. So this is can be shown by the shares here again. So the jobs inside the loop is going to decrease from 26% in 2000 to 16% in 2045. However, there is not much decline in the share of area between Beltway 8 and Beltway 8 and the loop. So it's going from 31% to 27%. And again, the most of the growth, even in terms of job growth, is expected to happen between Beltway 8 and Grand Parkway, which includes some of the employment centers like the Energy Corridor, West Chase, west of Katy, as well as north of Beltway 8 and 45. So so this is the with respect to the employment. And if you look at the share here again, the area between Beltway 8 and Grand Parkway is expected to add 45% of the job growth, and the area between the loop and Beltway 8 is expected to account for 28% of that growth. So that's with respect to the employment growth. And here I will also try to do a demo of our regional land use information system where you can access the forecast data. Let me open the tool here. So this is our website here, hgsc.com, h-gsc.com. And once you click on the GIS at the bottom and go to the interactive web applications, it will open the interactive web applications page where we have all the applications. And tomorrow we have my colleague Sangmin Lee is going to present about some of these tools. So right now, today, I will only focus on the growth forecast. So click on the growth forecast and then click on the regional land use information system. And it will open an interactive web mapping application. So this is our 8-county MPO region. And what you're seeing here is the land use, current land use. And yellow indicates residential, red is commercial, purple is industrial. And if you open the layer list, you can see we have current land use, we have 2045 land use. Also, we have forecast by census tract, traffic analysis zone, hexagonal grids. And we also have the future transportation projects that are part of our regional transportation plan, and projects that are part of the Texas Department of Transportation projects. So this is all included. Let me just quickly kind of show you how this tool works. So if you're kind of interested in a specific neighborhood or area, and you'd like to know the population growth in that area, you can simply use this location analysis tool at the bottom. And you can do a point or draw a line or a polygon. So let me just kind of put a point here and add a maybe a 0.5 mile buffer. And then you'll be able to see the land use. Let me go to the census tracts first. So here, basically, I'm selecting all the census tracts that intersect with the my selection. And as you can see, it shows the current population by 2045. Same thing with the households, current and future households, and jobs. And this data is also available by traffic analysis zone as well as hexagons. And you can also look at the current land use composition of this area that I selected. So there are 2,415 housing units, around 6.6 million square feet of non-residential space, and you have the breakdown by different types of land use. So this is one way of kind of getting summarizing data by forecast. And you can also click on this link here to download the data in a spreadsheet. So once you click on it, it will save a spreadsheet, and you can open the spreadsheet and look at the forecast data. And one other tool I think that would be interesting for you all is, so if you want data for some, like, for example, watershed. So let me try HGSC watersheds here. And just add a watershed. So you can add layers that are available online. So right now I added HGSC watershed. And let me just pick one of them. So this is San Jacinto Bay Basin estuaries. And so once you select that, you can just click on these dots here and then click on set location. And I'll take out the boundary here, keep it 0. And then you can click on land use. You'll see the land use for that particular watershed. And then you can also look at the forecast in terms of census tracts, or you can use a smaller geography, which is the traffic analysis zone or the hexagons. And so this is a very easy to use tool, and you can kind of, if you're interested in knowing how the region is growing or how the watershed is growing in terms of population, you can use this tool and get the data. And finally, just one point, let me go back to that land use. So we also have a feedback button. So if you identify some, for example, some parcel. So for example, if, 1 second. So for example, if this parcel is classified as industrial, but you think that's not industrial, that's kind of maybe office or something, you can click on that parcel. You can click on the more info here, and then it will take you to a different link and where you can provide feedback. I'm not sure why it's taking. Okay, so here it will automatically populate the parcel ID. You can type in your name and email address, and you can say what is the basis of correction if you live in that region, and or if you are aware of that, you can say that inconsistent with the other personal knowledge, and then you can select the current land use, correct land use, or the future land use, and enter additional information that you're aware of, and then submit that button. Click on the submit, and then that will be saved to our database, where we monitor and update our database on our side, and it will be updated on our next forecast. So that's all. And we also have, if you're interested in knowing more about the application and how to use the application, we also have a user guide here. So if you click on the I button here, you can click on the user guide and get step-by-step information on how to use the application. So that's all I have, and I'm open for questions.
Pramod, thank you so much for that, and for showing off your GIS system as well. This has been, you've had this for a couple of years now, I think, implementation-wise. What was the impetus for creating the GIS tool, and what partners are using it?
So, like before, I mean, the thing is mainly over the last 5-6 years, there has been a significant growth in terms of technology. So GIS, there have been interactive web mapping tools that are being added by ESRI. So as a result, we thought of exploring those tools. And since we get a lot of data requests from local governments, as well as public and businesses and research institutions, so we thought maybe it's easy to kind of develop some tools where people can go to the tools and do their own research, or get the data, or download the data from that tool. So that was one of the reasons, and that the regional land use information system is one of our first application, and since then we have been adding a lot of tools in terms of census data, and in terms of transportation planning, safety, crash data, resiliency. So and our primary users are HJC staff, and also planners from different local governments, as well as consultants, businesses, and even research institutions. And some of this data is not only is downloaded by people living in our region, but also people or research institutions from outside our region, so across the nation. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, and I found your information about the aging population very illuminating, right? We have not only been growing, but we've been growing a more aged population in these years, and that's just going to continue. Your trend indicates that that's going to continue. How does that affect the way that we should be planning for resilience, but also just in our growth pattern? You also indicated that the employment centers are going to stay where they are and grow kind of in place. So that, to me, equates to additional need for transportation methods.
Right. So in terms of employment, I mean, again, like maybe because of the COVID, it may change in the future how because nowadays more people are working from home, or more businesses are opting for like a hybrid environment where people can work from home for some days. So that's may impact future of the office buildings or the office real estate. However, what we are seeing in terms of the employment growth outside of our current existing employment centers is mostly population serving jobs. So we have a lot of grocery stores, restaurants opening up in the suburban areas. However, in terms of new office buildings, I guess we have, if you look at, I mean, if you look at the current vacancy rate of office, it's quite high. It's almost like 24%, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So there is already existing supply of office space that can satisfy the growth or the demand in the next few years. So I don't expect to see a lot of growth, office real estate growth happening in the next few years, but maybe in the future it will happen. And based on that, we may have to come up with new transportation planning on how to move people from home to job businesses.
And then finally, does your tool, I think I saw the layers in there, but for folks that are joining us today, does that tool show someone's home location in relation to the bayous and the floodplain that is over the area?
Probably not on this application, but we have other applications where it does. And as I mentioned, like my colleague Sangmin Lee will be doing a demo, doing a presentation tomorrow.
Okay.
I think it's around 10:20. He's going to focus on those. And yeah, we have tools where people can click on their address or type in their address, and it will give information on the floodplain and information on the watersheds and all that.
Yeah, I think that everyone needs to know which bayou that they live near, right? So that they understand how those watersheds can affect their lives. Well, Pramod, thank you so much for being here today once again and showing us. You know, this is really the basis for all the discussion that's going to follow. Because if we don't know where we are, then and I apologize, there's landscapers outside my window here. Okay. If we don't know where we are and where we're going to grow, the effectiveness of our planning is going to fall flat. And so very good to have this as a resource. And thank you so much for getting us going today.
Thank you for having me.
So continuing forward, our next presenter is Ethan Beeson. He is the District Landscape Architect and Arborist for TxDOT. And you can view what he has been up to on our freeways and coming to us today with lessons learned from what they have done, which is, again, in his title of his presentation, managed to get 3 million trees. The district has planted those alongside the roadways in our region. They began that effort in '99. And they've got that almost on every freeway. It is a huge, large-scale urban planting along all of our roadways, and the first in the country. We've got a lot of lessons learned and opportunities which may be valuable to other large-scale urban tree plantings. And the benefits of from noise reduction to just plain attractiveness when we're on our freeways is clear. So, Ethan, thank you so much for being here again this morning, and the next presentation is yours.
All right, thank you. Good morning, and thank you everyone for this opportunity. As Chris said, we've got an urban right-of-way tree program at an uncommon scale. We've planted over 3 million trees over the last 20 plus years. And we'd like to talk about some of the concepts and lessons learned in the short 20 minutes that we have. So we won't cover everything. At the end of the presentation, I'll provide my contact info if anyone wants to learn more about it or have questions or anything like that, or suggestions. We're very open to trying things at any time. I'm the district landscape architect for the Houston district. I'm also the certified arborist for the district. TxDOT has 25 districts. And so I serve the Houston district, which is a 6-county region that you see in green on the screen. Every district is different. So the tree program that I'm talking about today is unique to the Houston region. The other districts don't do the same type of program. So why did this occur in Houston? So over 20 years ago, or many years, TxDOT received many complaints about the visual appearance of the roadway corridors, whether it be from neighborhoods, business communities, the elected officials. In '98, Representative Garnet Coleman had a vision for a roadway corridor through his district. Well, that vision grew with others in the community. And so the district responded at a district-wide level to address all the roadway corridors in this region. I'm not going to go through all the details here, but basically in '98, it was a collaborative effort between public, private, nonprofits, a lot of different groups. We had a large consultant team. Is a lot of species of organizations involved in this effort. And just to mention the Green Ribbon Committee from 1999. So you can see it was a range of elected officials, private organizations, nonprofits. HCAC was involved as well at the time. So just wanted to mention that, and some of these folks are still around and improving the district. So out of that, the mission statement was to integrate architecture, landscape architecture, and public art with the engineered functionality of the highway corridor. That's everything that goes on TxDOT right-of-way. And through this process, we were open and vulnerable to ideas, criticism, and tried to find the best answer to our collective challenges, because the challenges that TxDOT faces aren't unique. Many other organizations face them as well. So the deliverables in '99 and 2000, and in the bottom right, that's our master plan. In the top left is the actual details and design guidance that came out of that. These are still in place today. They still guide all of TxDOT design for the architecture, basically the columns, retaining walls, all the structures that you see in the right-of-way. And then our tree planting program has developed as we learn more and has turned into this 3 million trees. So the design principles that came out of the GRP, or the Green Ribbon Project, green first, basically wherever we had space that was appropriate for plantings, we did so. Integration, trying to make everything relate to each other, basically all the structures, the architecture of the roadway corridor, which ties right into continuity as well, to make sure things have a continuous appearance, and every bridge isn't designed differently or every wall is differently. Doesn't mean there's not opportunity for unique designs, but we try to make sure things are continuous. Also, the concept was promoted that freeways are public space. Everyone experiences these spaces. Every day, millions of people drive through this public right-of-way on their way to work, home, or school, or having fun. And then critical to all of the success is maintenance. We've got to plan for maintenance for everything that we do. So why discuss this history? Because this happened over 20 years ago. Just want to let you know, this master plan is still a document that survives today. It's part of routine business operations here at TxDOT in this district. People follow the guidelines in it, and they're not really sure why, because obviously there's been a lot of turnover over 20 years, but it's part of the business process, and it guides the aesthetic and landscape efforts in the district, and will continue hopefully in the future. So going to the tree program, to have a successful tree program, we've got to design with the end in mind. So this image was taken from a workshop on tree root development in urban soils. If you're not familiar with that organization, or do a Google for the tree root development in urban soils, It's actually, and landscape below ground. There's a lot of interesting information there. It's very research oriented, but fortunately, a lot of that was happening at the same time our Green Ribbon project was getting off the ground. And so we learned from it and tried to learn from everyone doing tree programs across the country or in other countries. And we did find out that no one had such an ambitious program on DOT right away as we had. So we were kind of in uncharted territory. Another reason I selected this image is because it's a more accurate depiction of what happens below ground with trees and tree roots. A lot of people think there's giant trap roots that go down in the ground, but in reality, the soil condition is the most important indicator for rooting depth, not tree genetics. What that means is the tree roots have to have air, soil, and water. And depending on the heaviness of the soil or compaction or all those different characteristics, that determines the depth of the roots in the soil. Yes, there are some trees that, given the opportunity, will grow tap roots, but they also need to be in a place where the soil is conducive to it. So these concepts and this image drives our entire program, and you'll see as we move along. So what type of soils are we dealing with on the roadway? Look at the cross section of that roadway embankment up there. If you look closely, you may have to squint your eyes. There are many layers of soil there. That's all clay. And basically when the contractors build the embankments for the roads, it's a 6-inch layer of heavy soil, typically clay. It's holding the road in place. And so that's what we're trying to grow 3 million trees in. So every soil layer prevents water migration, water pools at every level change, anaerobic conditions develop in each level, and each layer is compacted. So we learned real quickly that if we just dug a hole, no matter how big it was, and tried to put a lot of nice soil in it with a tree, it's going to be no different than planting trees in clay pots like you see at the bottom right there. So we changed our model. So the old landscape model, which you still see today everywhere, is you dig a nice big hole, put a lot of nice material into it, and your tree will grow. We changed that to be, we're working with the existing soils and we're improving the material that's there. So it's all continuous and consistent. And so there's not any barriers that tree roots have to overcome. I hope this makes sense. This is an old sketch that I made probably almost 18 years ago. And for some reason, I just hung on to it because it was just kind of a eureka moment. And it's driven everything we've done since then. We've had really good success with this. So what does it look like in photographs? Again, true soil is not available on the roadside. Remember, it's just embankment clay material. So we're changing construction dirt to improved dirt, really. So the top photo, we're spreading 100% compost on the ground. The bottom left, we're tilling that compost in with some organic materials, fertilizers and amendments. And then once it's tilled in, the bottom right, we cover it with mulch. And we'll talk more about that in a second. There'll be more photos of that. But this is the basis of our soil preparation. We don't plant a tree unless we can do this. Now, these areas are large, and so there's large masses of trees. But this same concept can be used for individual tree planting as well. Our details show if you're going to plant a tree on its own, not with a mass of trees, we're still going to till a 6x6 square with compost and amendments and everything, and not dig a large hole for the tree. Why 6x6? Because that's about the width of that red tiller that you see in the bottom left photo. We try to be very practical with the equipment and the details. So the concept for changing urban construction dirt to improved dirt is we're managing soil for all these trees. Natural organics feed the soil. We're feeding the biology of the soil, trying to get the natural systems active. Synthetic fertilizers feed the plant. That's a hard one to swallow a lot of times, but just think about it. Think of what Mother Nature does in a forest. There's no synthetic material out there. Synthetic materials are used to get the plants growing in the nurseries. So we're trying to promote natural processes because we know we can't fertilize a tree every year or every couple of years. So we're trying to make it sustainable. But synthetic fertilizers feed the plant, not the soil. The nutrient source for biology is organic matter, hence all the compost and the different materials and minerals that we apply. Forest landscapes promote nutrient cycling. Urban landscapes often don't have nutrient cycling because they don't receive leaf litter or other things. Natural organics are like an insurance policy. The soil biology and plant will perform the necessary chemistry for plant nutrition. Basically, if we create an environment that's conducive for the tree, Mother Nature will take care of the rest. We're just using an old model that's been in place for many years. Nothing new. We're trying to mimic Mother Nature there. It's kind of funny about the same, notice the date in that bottom right-hand corner, 2001. This comet came out about the same time we were doing our Green Ribbon project development. So what are the steps to our planting? Step 1 has a 2-inch compost layer. It also includes 2 different types of organic fertilizers. We use certified organic fertilizers just because it opens up the market to a wide range of fertilizers without us having to be a specialist on testing all these different brands and stuff. The step 2, the humates. It provides minerals and other materials long-term for the nutrients and for the biology in the soil. So you don't have to use certified organic fertilizers. There are many other quality, locally available products. Just at our scale, we needed to have a different type of inspection system in place. But you can use many different types of fertilizers. So we take those 3 things and go to step 2, which we till everything to a depth of 6 inches. We'd love to till deeper, but there's just too many utilities out there and we started hitting things. So we just stuck with 6 inches. Step 3, we apply the 4-inch layer of mulch. In our situation, it can be a single grind, very coarse mulch. It could be a fine layer of mulch in a more ornamental type setting. And step 4, we actually dig the hole for the tree through the mulch layer. It kind of helps things mix up a little bit. In this case, in the photo, you'll see they're actually digging the holes with an auger, which is a huge no-no in arboriculture or landscape architecture. But remember, we've already tilled the top 6-inch layer, so we're augering through a tilled material. Obviously, if it's a larger root ball, we may need to go in there and scarify the bottom of that hole. And then we also, in step 5, apply a compost tea and a foliar and root injection. Basically, this is just to help the plants through this transplant shock and give them more support. But that image there is a good example of what it looks like. We also changed our specifications for plants. So it's so easy to go to a nursery and buy the biggest, brightest, most beautiful looking plant that you can find. But you have to remember that tree is growing in a nursery with special type of nutrient support system. Once it goes out in the right of way, it's a whole different ballgame. That tree is going to be on its own. And so we changed our plant specification focus to below ground. We're not interested in, well, we are interested in above ground, but to a lesser degree. We're most interested in below ground. So we focus on the root to shoot ratios. So in the left-hand photo, you'll see it's a beautiful looking sycamore tree, small size, but it's still a beautiful tree. But the roots in it look awful. And so we changed it. So now we're buying when we spec a tree, we're specing the roots more so than what we see on top. We'd much rather have shorter trees or smaller caliper trees as opposed to large trees. And the image on the right is kind of expresses our goal there. We're more interested in buying the root ball than we are what's above ground. Because once that root ball gets growing in the prepared soils, it can grow and thrive to its full maturity. Another concept on the roadside is plant spacing and mowing management. This happens to be a detention pond. where we planted the sides, notice the tight spacing between each tree. Our goal is to create a forest microclimate to shade the root zone, to shade the invasive Johnson grass or the native morning glory vines that overtake these areas, or the sunflowers. Shade that stuff out as quickly as possible. It also keeps the mowers out of the trees. You know, the guys driving the mowers out there are really, you know, they want to mow everything because that's what they're told to do. If there's space between a tree, they'll squeeze their mower through it, bump the tree, or they compact the root zone. So we keep it tight so they can't do that. But what we do in the landscape contract is we do include a 5-foot mow band around the area. So if you look in the photograph, you'll see that light colored mowed strip around the landscape zone. And that's that 5-foot mow area. And so now with that short and kept clean, the regular freeway mowers can come through, do their business without impacting the trees. Let's talk about contracting for just a second. Don't try to read the image that's on the screen. That's just one of our detail sheets. But the concept here is how we pay for trees really impacts our warranty and maintenance. So at planting, the contractor is paid 55% of the unit cost of each tree. Now that tells you when we do a project, we have unit costs for all the materials. Not every contract is that way, but that's how we do our stuff. So we pay for 55% of that tree. And then after the trees are planted, the entire project, then we'll start the warranty period, and we will pay 3.75% of that unit cost each month for the next 12 months. 3.75 times 12 equals 45. 45 plus 55 above is 100. So basically the contractor is not getting all of his money for those trees until he finishes that first year. And then our specs say if any one of those months the contractor doesn't do his work, either replace trees, because we replace trees monthly, or watering or maintenance or other things, he forfeits that 3.75%. So it's not enough to bankrupt a contractor, but it is enough to catch their attention to make sure they do the work. All of our projects we have on the freeways, we have a minimum of 2 years. We've gone to 3 years in many areas, in some of the newer projects. So the first 12 months are the warranty, and the second 12 months is just a standard maintenance. Hope that makes sense. But this is a very critical component because, you know, planting 3 million trees out there, we plant about over 100,000 trees every year. So we have to have something in place to ensure the success of these projects. So managing them once they're in place. So this is a landscape that's probably been in the ground for probably 7 years, is my guess, 5 to 7 years. It's grown up, it's gotten thick. Be honest with you, I love it like that. I love it when it shades out everything in the ground, but we do have to manage these forests in the urban area. So we have to make sure signs are cleared. We have to make sure our clear zones are made clear. We do go there, remove invasives at this time. And urban social, what I'm talking about there, we can no longer let the tree limbs go all the way down to the ground in these landscape areas due to a lot of the issues of homeless and other people using these landscapes for other purposes. So law enforcement and the community has requested that we keep everything trimmed up. So we do that. We go in there every couple of years, trim everything up, clean it down, clean the invasives down. And we do that every few years. The image on the top, you'll notice all that green waste, they're not hauling it off. They just chip it and mulch it in place. Another concept are our weather extremes and timing. We went through an acute drought this summer, so let's talk about that for a second. What impacts our roadways, landscapes out there? There's 2 main things: high wind events and drought events. And it's mainly because of trees that are less than 5 years old. Our experience, once trees get to be 5 years old, they can handle most of what Mother Nature throws at them as long as we improve the soil. But if they're less than 5 years old, they're susceptible to high wind events like hurricanes and tropical storms, and they're susceptible to drought events like what happened earlier this summer or in 2010, 2011 with that significant drought. So why is this important? We have at least a 2-year maintenance period. We're trying to bump it up to 3 on new jobs. So we've got those first couple of years covered in the contract. But after that contract is over, there's no longer extended maintenance on it. There's a period of time until it reaches 5 years. So that is the critical time. And so if we get a wind event or a drought during that period, that's when we have significant die-off, like what you see in the photo there, or like what happened in 2010-11 on I-10. We had a few projects earlier this year with the drought that really got hammered because they were young. They were out of maintenance, but they weren't 5 years old. So that time period there is tough. Hopefully that concept came through, but that under 5 years old is when they're most susceptible. Another concept is the scale of these landscapes and the scale of the roadside out there. The interchange in the top image, there's about 14,000 trees planted in that interchange, and most of them are about 20 feet tall or more. But it's hard to tell because of the height of the bridges and just the overall scale of the concrete that's there. Obviously, when you get close to it and you drive on the frontage roads, it looks much different. But from a distance, the trees are dwarfed. In the bottom photograph, this row of trees, there's several hundred trees just in this one bed. It takes a lot of trees like that to make an impact. Another concept is the life cycle of transportation landscape. And I'm going to say this applies not to just TxDOT. This applies to probably every city, county, management district, utility district, mud district, anyone dealing with some type of infrastructure, even the Bayou systems, because they all have maintenance and activities that take place. So I always tell everyone, a tree on the landscape has a life cycle, and it may not be the natural life cycle of that tree. So let's look at this interchange. This is 610 and I-10 on the west side when the interchange was built in 1964. In 2001, this is after Trees for Houston had come in and planted this interchange in the late 80s or early 90s, I believe, and the trees had been growing into something significant. And in 2001, it was just starting to look good. These images are all taken from the same vantage point as best I could. In 2004, now it's time to rebuild this interchange. The trees have been taken down. We see the interchange, what was there. In 2007, the interchange gets rebuilt. There's no trees there, still taking the same viewpoint. In 2009, the trees have been recently planted. You can still see the mulch beds look clean. There's over, I think, 12,000 trees at this one interchange. Doesn't look like it, but there are. And then in 2018, you can see that these trees have grown up, starting to really making an impact now, hiding some of the architecture. Notice between 2009 and 2018, those trees survived that 2010 and 2011 drought. So I hope this has been interesting. There's my contact info, and hopefully there's a project coming near you. Feel free to call me or email me if I can provide any assistance with anything. Thank you.
Ethan, thank you so much. Yes, it was very interesting. And I've got some questions here. So I think you answered some of them inside your presentation about these drought events. Do y'all go and replace individual trees, or is it more where, now that you've created these little small culture areas, just wait for a general repopulation to occur?
Yeah, so we're not going to go plant one tree at a time. So we'll look at that entire corridor, and we will, if there's enough replanting that's necessary, we will design and bid a separate project just to go in and to replant the entire corridor.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that you're using natives. Is that across the board you're using natives?
So over 90% of the plants we use are natives. About the only thing we use that's not native today are the crepe myrtles, maybe some of the color material, but all the trees are native. Early on, we experimented with a lot of variety of trees, native and non-native trees. But for the last 15 years or so, it's been over 90% native materials.
Yeah, and I noticed kind of the palette that you're using is very similar to kind of the East Texas forest palette, right? Can you talk a little bit about how important it is to have multiple species all in the same area for the health of the general area?
Sure. And I hate to say our palette is maybe not as derived from the natural area as much as you might think. But there's a couple of concepts here. One, remember we're dealing with a non-native soil environment, a non-native microclimate, because those spaces are hotter because of the reflection off of the pavement. The soils get hotter and there's more reflection. So we have to select trees that can handle that type of environment. A lot of thin-skinned bark trees don't do well for us. And then the other major component to that question is, since we're planting such a large volume of trees every year, we have to plant what's available in the nursery trade. So there are a lot of species we would love to plant, and I do specify them in our projects all the time, but we just can't find them in quantity. We can't get them. And so the trees that we plant are the native species that are appropriate for the area that we can buy in volume.
I see. Okay. And how do you address your maintenance programs? Is that built into the contractor? Is that your own contractors that go and do those maintenance plans? And then are there issues with like getting too close, over mowing?
So we don't have a maintenance department. So everything we do is contract driven.
Okay.
So going back to the Green Ribbon Master Plan project, the maintenance component that we were given was that we can plant trees all we want, but we don't have an increased maintenance budget to maintain them. That's why we plant them in forests. So the forests are kind of self-sustaining and maintain themselves for the most part. So we include 2 to 3 years of maintenance in the installation contract. So the same contractor that installed them is maintaining them for those first few years. And then after that contract closes, we'll come back a few years later with another contract to come in and replant spaces and clean up the space. So it's we don't have our own forces to go out there and maintain these things.
I see. So the way that these planting areas, is it mostly ornamental, or are we talking about, is there some stormwater runoff coming off of the roads, and is there any filtration that's happening, kind of like a lid format, a low impact development, where the different plants and the soils and things actually cleanse the water before it gets into a storage area, or are your areas mostly ornamental?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by ornamental.
Well, I just mean more decorative. How about that's a better word?
Oh, okay. I see. So going back to the concept of how we manage the soil, okay, we've added organic material to the soil. We've also loosened up the soil through the tilling process. So we've increased its porosity. All of that to say, the water that runs off the freeway that runs into our landscape areas, I got to believe it is being slowed down, filtered to some degree. I do know that prepared soil, one main reason we do all that work is to increase its water holding capacity, so that soil space holds more water. So that in itself is a lid feature, because we're slowing down water, we're holding water. I didn't get into in this presentation because of time, but there are some areas where I've been doing soil sample testing over the 20 plus years. Every 5 or so years, I'll go do a soil sample, monitoring it. Carbon content level has gone up. Some of the other salts and other things have gone down. The amount of earthworms have increased in all these areas. So we are changing that space into a space that is more absorptive. And I don't know that I can't quantify how much water it's holding. We haven't done that work yet, but I know it is doing some of those type of activities.
That's fantastic news, frankly. Final question, and I think this relates, maybe to project size, but the question was: is there a minimum area? Is there a smallest footprint that you would do landscaping in? And then how close can you get to underground features? You talked about not digging a big hole and just allowing roots to, because you do have underground utilities to manage. But what are your constraints as far as distance and area?
So your first question was I'm sorry. Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Yeah, is there a smallest footprint that you are looking at,
Okay.
or does it have to be a certain size?
So the smallest footprint, if it's something that TxDOT has to maintain, yes, it needs to be significant, a couple hundred trees in that space. But we partner with organizations all the time, whether it be mud districts, cities, management districts, counties, a lot of organizations. And so if there's somebody that wants to maintain spaces in our right of way, I'll plant a single tree out there for them as long as they agree to maintain it. But it's we can't plant a single tree if it's something TxDOT is going to maintain. We've got to plant a space that's large enough that I can call it a small little forest spot. But if someone else wants to maintain it, we'll plant it at any kind of style that they're looking for. The second question, the utilities, yes, we do avoid underground utilities. If you look at a lot of our planting forests, if you look close enough, you'll see lines through there where the spacing may be increased because of some type of underground conduit that we have to avoid. We don't have water lines in our right of way the same that people might see on the side of a city street. Okay, water lines in our right of way are usually deeper and heavy duty pipes. Even those we will still avoid. But obviously, if we know that there's a utility out there, we avoid planting directly on top of it, and we will just push the trees around it. Not a big deal, but we can incorporate that into a no-mow area in the middle of the trees. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. This is fascinating, and I can't thank you enough for what you do inside of TxDOT to make the freeways more attractive. But I love hearing about the improvement of the soil cultures in the area to our benefit, because anything that goes into the soil is something that isn't going down the storm drain.
Yes, I agree. Thank you very much.
Ethan, thank you so much for being here. So we are about to move into our first break of the morning. But before we do that, we've got some polling questions that we like to add into these events every year. These really help us to understand how well we are reaching our audience and what can we do next year to improve things. So if y'all could go ahead and answer these poll questions. This first one here is about what do you think the most important value of our bayous are? Is it recreation and quality of life? Do you see them only as flood protection? Are they important for wildlife habitat? Are they transportation corridors? Or are they just ditches? So results starting to come in. Obviously, flood protection is a huge component of these bayous. That is how they were naturally, that's how they were formed. That's why they're here. They do drain things. And the healthier they are, the better they are for wildlife habitat. So I'm glad to see people responding that way. As far as recreation, as we have done in past symposiums, we've actually did one where we focused on the ability to get down into the bayous as recreation. And if you haven't had the opportunity to get into one of the bayous on a canoe or one of our paddle trails, man, I'd suggest it. There are some absolutely beautiful areas on many of our bayous, ranging north to south, east to west. So, all right, that question seems to have filtered out. Looks like flood protection is the most popular answer on that one. Let's go to our next question. If you scroll down there, if you could donate 10 hours per year towards our bayou's health, what would be the most thing you would spend the most time on? And so picking up trash, I love that answer. The annual trash bash is a great emphasis that we place on removing trash from the bayous. But you know, getting the trash out of the bayous is kind of an end result. It's kind of like curing, fixing the barn door after the horses come home, kind of thing. We need to figure out how to keep those out of the waterways to begin with. But water quality monitoring, very important. Glad to see that y'all would want to spend time doing that. We do have programs at Biopreservation Association teaching you how to do the water quality monitoring. And then finally, what brings you back each year to our symposium? Oh, I'm glad we have a lot of first timers. Very nice to see that. And I'm glad that you're enjoying today's theme. Excellent. Well, y'all can keep voting on that. We're going to go ahead and actually, we're going to have to stop this so we can show our, there we go, yeah. End of that poll, so we can move on. During the break, this is a 5-minute break, just so y'all can get up, grab another cup of coffee. But we'll be showing some videos from our sponsors. We appreciate your attention to those, but we will restart the presentations in just 5 minutes.
As we look toward the future, our commitment to excellence continues to propel us, dedicating our established and expansive expertise to build solid, ground-down foundations today that will meet the evolving demands of tomorrow. As our population grows and land use needs change, we will continue to bring the most advanced, creative, and impactful visions to the communities we serve. We value the opportunities to support our communities and strengthen our existing relationships as we continue our mission of engineering the future.
Together, we can protect our pipes from clogs and overflows. In the kitchen, put grease in its place. The trash, simply pour it into a heat-resistant container. Cool it, then toss it in the trash. This includes food items such as meat fats, butter and cream, oils, and even dough and batter. All food scraps should be tossed in the trash. In the restroom, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poo, and toilet paper. Learn more at protectourpipes.org.
All right, everybody, we are back. Let's continue our presentations. Our next up, we have Marina Kriticos. She is the Director of Strategic Initiatives and External Affairs with the Houston Area Research Center and co-chair of the ULI Resilience Committee. She's joining us today on behalf of ULI and is going to share some best practices around building a resilient and sustainable Houston. Welcome, Marina, this morning.
Great, thanks, Chris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Let's get your presentation up and me off the screen.
This is the fun part about these virtual summits. Good morning, everyone. It came in on the end of Ethan's presentation, and that looked fantastic. It's always good to know the great stuff that TxDOT is up to, especially when it comes to helping everything that's going on with the natural landscape, as well as some of the ecosystem services that they're providing as well. Okay, can we see the screen?
Yes, we do. You're good to go.
Ah, fantastic. All right. Thank you. And yes, Chris, as you mentioned, I am here today on behalf of ULI. For those of you who aren't aware, ULI is a nonprofit research institute that has a global network of professionals working in every sector of real estate development and land use, really focusing on the broad gamut of things from private enterprise to public service. And with that, our mission is to shape the future of the built environment for transformative impact in communities worldwide by connecting, inspiring, and really leading in solving community and real estate challenges through applied collective global experience and philanthropic engagement. And so I am co-chair of the Urban Resilience program here in Houston, along with my co-chair, Reeves Taylor, who heads up the Global Design Resiliency team at Gensler. And this is a committee that here in Houston is comprised of over a dozen dedicated individuals, really representing a range of sectors, from academic to local government, design to development, and more. And this team really has been hard at work at sourcing some of the best practices that can be applied in the region. And actually, we're gearing up to launch a podcast soon. So stay tuned for later on this year, the launch of the Urban Land Institute podcast. And so really, with this, the Urban Resilience Program, the goal of the program, across ULI is to work with ULI members as well as public and private sector to provide technical assistance and to really advance knowledge through research and academics, and help to, again, find those best practices and figure out a way to package this so that we really are disseminating information about the resilience opportunities that are available. And as Chris mentioned, in my day job, I am a researcher at HARC, the Houston Advanced Research Center, where I'm privileged to work in a LEED Platinum Net Zero facility that is a living lab, one where we get to implement upcoming as well as proven technologies and best practices as we look to decarbonize our operations and better manage our own climate risk. So really, it's kind of the best of both worlds, where some of the stuff that we're talking about today throughout this conference, I get to see employed in practice at the facility that I work at, which is pretty neat. So just wanted to level set things a little bit and talk about resilience. It's a term that's really been bandied about quite a bit. Excuse me, it's allergy season already. It's a term that's been bandied about quite a bit, and really what we're seeing across the board is climate change is increasing the intensity and frequency of weather events. As everybody on this meeting knows, we're seeing severe storms, flooding, drought, wildfires that are impacting and just devastating numerous lives across the world. So the impacts to all of this, not only to people, but economies as well, is escalating. And we're really starting to see and better understand how climate change impacts are going to require cities as well as buildings to be more resilient. And so, over the past few years, especially, we've seen this super rapid change of pace in how we live, how we work, how we play, and how all of that is overlapping, and how technology is changing the way that we live. But really, Mother Nature is still marching to the beat of her own drummer. And so to meet these climate challenges, we're really going to need resilient solutions that are combining adaptation with far-reaching mitigation strategies. And so, when we talk about resilience, a lot of times we hear this talked about in the context of, chronic issues or calamitous events. What's the ability to return to normal after these events? However, what we really need to think about is the fact that what is normal is changing, and we need to build capacity to avoid damage and really understand and prepare for the risks through adaptation and mitigation planning. So, in Houston, of course, unfortunately, we were super accustomed to flooding. We're also growing more accustomed to extreme heat challenges. Extreme cold is something that we're finding we need to, make sure that we're able to deal with as well, and others. So how can we look at this in terms of both long and short-term challenges and opportunities, and really to identify ways to reduce risk immediately, and to start making improvements in, the short term, but also the longer term time frame. So when we look at risk, really this is that likelihood that our property is going to be harmed and the consequences of what that harm is. And this is something that, we deal with every day of our lives. We've learned how to deal with a lot of the daily risks that are out there, how and when to cross the street, how and where to buy food. We've developed behaviors to help manage these daily risks. However, when it comes to more uncertain risks, such as shocks, which are hits to the system, like these hurricanes, flooding, disease outbreaks, terrorism, these are things that impact our immediate safety and well-being, and are economically as well as ecologically and socially destructive. So when it comes to natural events, they're not avoidable. However, in many cases, they are exacerbated by, our urban planning, our building codes, our infrastructure deferred maintenance decisions, sometimes that were made a long time ago. And when it comes to stresses, then we're looking at really, long-term trends or pressures that can amplify the effects of these shocks and really undermine the stability of a system and increase the vulnerabilities within it. So some examples of this are climate change, homelessness, drought, water shortages. And so, we look at risk as the consequence of the interaction between a hazard and what makes people and places vulnerable and exposed. So, for example, with extreme weather events such as hurricanes, those are negatively impacting lives and exacerbating poverty, especially among low-income populations who often lack the resources to recover from and prepare for these acute shocks and chronic stressors. So the frequency and severity of a hazard, who and what's exposed to the hazard, the level of vulnerability of the damage, how risk is managed, these are items that we have a tendency to focus on sometimes these problems individually and not think about collective problem solving solutions. What we really need to do is look at the opportunities to, address risk at every scale and figure out how we can leverage some of the existing systems to help us overcome the challenges that are out there, because we can't really anticipate everything as we've learned, but with the systems approach, we can help to address what comes next through ensuring that, infrastructure is well maintained, we've made investments in the future, and that we are targeting towards taking care of problems and looking at the far-reaching impacts of climate change. So I think the big question for us is, for a community to be resilient, we need to ensure that the impacts of the shocks and stresses are minimized, rebounds accelerated for all populations, especially the most vulnerable, and trying to figure out, really how do we design for that? And how are we looking at this? There's a lot of focus, not only at the local scale, but international scales as well. The 2022 United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Working Group 2, which is the group that focuses on climate change impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, recently released this report, which states that widespread and severe loss and damage to human and natural systems are being driven by human-induced climate changes, increasing the frequency, intensity, duration, or extreme weather events. And so this is on the heels of last year's report, which included clear evidence that carbon emissions are the main driver of climate change, and also brought a path forward for how we, as humanity, have the opportunity to determine the future course of climate and its impacts. And again, a lot of this, what it comes down to for so many is taking a look at the risks. And for almost 20 years now, the World Economic Forum has published their Global Risks Report, which highlights the disruptive implications of major risks that shape our world. So this, as I said, has been around for a number of years and has been, sometimes nascent in what it has brought forward. In 2006, the report actually sounded the alarm on the potential of a global pandemic, which unfortunately is something that we've all been living through the past few years. What has been surprising, though, well, not surprising, what has been interesting over the past few years is the fact that environmental risks are really dominating the landscape, as you can see on this slide and marked in green. And climate action failure now has jumped into first place. And we've got the perception of risk for infectious diseases now has dropped to 6. So I think what we're seeing here is that, the results of climate inaction are becoming increasingly clear. We've got biodiversity loss, which is accelerating and really is affecting and impacting human health and socioeconomic development. As we've got urban areas rapidly growing, sea levels rising, prolonged hot and cold periods, there really is consensus that we need to ensure that we have a framework in place for to be able to quickly transition and to have better information that will allow organizations to incorporate climate-related risks and opportunities into their own risk management, into their own strategic planning. Because really what we see in the market is a push-pull when it comes to risk management, resilience, and climate. And a lot of times, policymakers are reactive. We all know that disaster response is most effective if you have plans and policies in place. However, as we have seen from some of the recent disasters, this is not always the case. Emergency plans look at some different risk scenarios, but policies don't always promote actions that will minimize impact and hasten the recovery process. And to that, we also see insurance companies and investors are leading the demand for proactive risk management. Climate change, is really impacting many of these acute events, and insurance companies, as we all know, don't really like paying out on those claims, and investors don't like the risk. So what we're seeing now is, climate risk being added as a core for many businesses as they're looking to take preventative measures to manage their risks. We're also seeing regulators such as the SEC starting to look into climate and ESG risks, and they're providing guidance to public companies requiring disclosure requirements as they apply to climate change. So really now what we're seeing is this is really a market-driven piece that we're having public agencies and local governments who are trying now to carrot and incentivize the business and development community oftentimes into implementing some measures that can help improve resilience. So, many times what we're seeing with that, though, is that the local governments, that stick that they're putting out there often has to be applied to themselves, is with core infrastructure of airports, ports, et cetera, often need to be upgraded. And with the rating agencies and insurance companies, a lot of times that's really what they're looking at first. And so some of you may have seen this. This is the NOAA map of the 2021 $1 billion weather and climate disasters. They've already started putting one together for 2022, unfortunately. And I think once we get out of hurricane season, once we'll get out of hurricane season, then we'll see the outcomes of what 2022 will bring us. So as you can see here, we've got everything: extreme temperatures, fire, flood, hurricanes, and more. So in 2021, we actually had over 20 separate $1 billion weather and climate disasters that totaled about 145 billion in damages. And interesting note is that since 1980, Texas has consistently ranked at the top of the list for disaster cost and recovery. So if that's not a driver to look for increased resilience, I'm not really sure what is, because the thing to note is that, extreme weather, while it impacts across the board, it doesn't affect everyone equally. Really are looking at opportunities here to ensure that historically marginalized communities that previously were have had fewer pathways to recovery, that we have opportunities and are putting thoughtful design solutions in place so that all communities will be able to rebuild and rebuild better. So as I said, the financial cost of climate disasters is huge. What we found is it costs more than 50% to rebuild in the wake of a disaster than to build in a way that can withstand the shock. And the development and implementation of proactive policies, programs, and plans to reduce or aid future climate impacts such as storms, flood, and fires really can help to provide protection from and resilience to these events. Our recent economic analysis of adaptation options in Southeast Florida by ULI actually found that for every dollar invested in building level strategies, it would generate $4 in benefits for the region. So I think that's a pretty good rate on return. And so with this FEMA National Risk Index, which you see on the screen now, this is really an identifier of natural hazards and community risk factors. So this is a pretty cool interactive map that provides an overview of the different risk factors, including expected annual loss, social vulnerability, and community resilience, to really help paint a good picture of the potential of negative impacts resulting from natural hazards. So along the Gulf Coast, as we all know, we've got these low-lying shorelines, we've got these adjacent coastal environments that are impacted by sea level rise. We do have a little subsidence here. So trying to think through, what are the built environment and nature-based solutions that we can put in place that really can help improve the resilience of our communities. So what we're seeing is that across the state, local leaders are acknowledging climate and economic and health impacts and looking to accelerate and become, more resilient, and developing plans focusing on climate resilience and sustainability. And many of these plans are ambitious and they're being put forward to focus on investing in good jobs, building out a clean energy future, and creating standards and strategies targeting greenhouse gas pollution sector by sector, and committing excuse me, to additional work when it comes to environment and environmental-based solutions. The goal of these climate action plans is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also really to push forward and save tax dollars, as well as improve communities' economic development, health, and safety. So what we're seeing is that within these plans, there are steps that are being taken and a true focus on really pushing forward this in a manner that will help to improve the economy as well as the ecology. So under the leadership of Mayor Turner's Office of Resilience, Resilience Houston strategy was developed in tandem with a climate action plan. And these are comprehensive plans that are aimed at providing a framework for implementing adaptation and mitigation measures to make our city more sustainable, resilient, and equitable. Each of these plans has prioritized actions that are moving forward and helping to galvanize some of the efforts that were underway in a little bit of a scattered manner, and is really providing this umbrella under which we can look at pushing forward excuse me, measures to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve community resilience. In both of these plans, preservation of green space is a priority. And definitely that understanding that we need to learn how to live with the water that is embedded in the fabric of this region. As I mentioned previously, investments in climate resilience creates value for property owners, but it also creates value for local governments. And these documents are really working to help guide the resilience focus of public and private sectors as the need to plan for sustainable development and climate change impacts. And as developers look ahead to meet the needs of future generations, there's starting to be a little bit more of a triple bottom line focus, in addition to understanding the scope of responsibility that's needed to get to those zero carbon emissions that investors are asking for. Now, Harris County has also jumped on this bandwagon and is currently in the process of developing a climate action plan for county operations. So we definitely look forward to that coming out in the near future. Now, jumping into a couple of the strategies that are being employed to help manage land and water resources. First, we'll sit here and look at heat and really leveraging resources in the public and private sectors to promote a cooler, greener, and safer city that can help overcome the negative impacts of rising heat across the city is a priority. It's estimated that Houston's going to go from experiencing 10 days a year with a heat index of 105 or more during our hot summers to 74 days a year by 2050, which sounds like far away, but really it's not. And so this urban heat island effect is going to continue to make our highly paved urban areas hotter. And we're seeing the demands on energy for cooling and on the regional water supply are going to continue to increase. So understanding how temperatures vary across differences in the natural and built environment can really inform how we reduce the impacts of rising summers and temperatures in our communities. And as the urban areas are dealing with extreme heat, as I said, attributable to some degree to the amount of concrete and developed land, what we are looking to see is hopefully some significant federal funding through the recently passed Inflation Reduction Act that can help put programs and projects into place that will lessen the heat islands through urban reforestation and expanding of green spaces throughout the city. So, kind of in reference to what Ethan was talking about before with some of the great trees that TxDOT's planning with thoughtful reforesting of our urban environment, we can definitely lead to hopefully more native trees being planted in the areas of greatest need. And data such as the climate impact assessment that was developed by Drs. Ann Stoner and Catherine Hayhoe, really show how climate change will impact Houston's future. This is a great report that is available on the City of Houston's Resilience webpage that has 25 different climate indicators, including the number of days, as I mentioned, with temperatures over 100, number of nights above 80, and also tracks annual precipitation and annual number of dry days. And as I mentioned, we're looking to see hotter days, hotter heat waves, increase in temperature for the hottest days that are experienced each year. And taking that climate data and trying to see where we are actually currently seeing impacts now, a community science urban heat island mapping campaign across Houston and Harris County was completed in partnership with the city and the county about a year ago. And this was an effort to map Houston's hot spots and help the city determine where to focus implementation of the climate action plan and resilient Houston strategies. So here we had over 80 volunteers driving 32 areas in the morning, afternoon, and evening, gathering heat data using monitors. And what they found was a 14-degree difference between the hottest and the coolest parts of the city. So as you can imagine, the hottest parts had a lot of hardscape, the coolest spaces had green space, tree cover that helps to lessen the heat island impact. So, nature-based solutions, they definitely are what we'd be looking for. And so with that, Urban Land Institute was engaged by the City of Houston's Resilience Officer in 2021 to host a technical assistance panel building off a Scorched report, which focused on extreme heat in real estate, to help to identify some heat resilience design and construction strategies that can be taken here in Houston. And the key recommendations for the report included helping residents to understand the actions that they can individually take to mitigate heat and protect health, utilize heat mapping assessments and modeling using GIS data sets to identify areas in need of urgent intervention, create accessible economic incentive vehicles to assist in funding future work related to heat mitigation, and such as tax abatement programs for green infrastructure, and incorporating heat resilience in ongoing current projects and programs. So shifting a little bit from heat to water, as the Bayou City folks on this call know probably better than I do, learning to live with water is key, and employing a watershed approach that accounts for connectivity and cumulative impacts for urban, transitional, and rural and suburban counties really is important. And green infrastructure is representing a viable strategies that should be coupled with gray infrastructure engineering approaches. Because definitely what we're seeing is that a one size or one set of strategies approach is not going to work, depending upon the amount of development, impervious cover, the amount of land available for conservation. Different green infrastructure strategies can be applied across the different watersheds. So, here, let's take a look at the value of water. We've talked about shocks and stressors, and on the left, we can see the stressors of urbanization and increased impervious surfaces leading to numerous environmental impacts. On the right, we've got green infrastructure that can go beyond managing water to really create value for real estate projects by increasing operational efficiency and serving as an attractive amenity. Employing green water strategies, as you see on the right, as was, excuse me, notated in a report out of New York, that this really can have lower estimated costs and can help not only on the initial installation, but operations management and maintenance side once the staff is appropriately trained. And so really what it comes down to is taking a look at this holistically and weaving together in different interventions to create a holistic solution or set of solutions. And one of these frameworks is the Incentives for Green Development document that the city released to help the development community better understand the cascade of benefits and value for implementing these green design solutions. So really what we need to think about is how each of us can be responsible for, how the work that we are doing, how are the projects that we're working on fit into the urban tapestry? And how are we getting better, or are we getting better in getting out of this war and recover, rebuild cycle? How are we looking and coming out of disruptive events, not just surviving, but emerging stronger than before? And how are we making sure that we can build back better so that we can better recover from these shocks and stressors and adapt and thrive? Chris, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Marina. I'm wondering, you had a slide there that was from the World Economic Forum very earlier in your presentation, talking about those three, the top three identified risks were all environmental. Do you think that equates to Houston as well, that we consider that the top risks to resiliency are about climate and environmental factors?
I'm sorry, Chris, I lost you there for the last 10 seconds.
Sure, no problem. I was wondering, since this graphic came out of the World Economic Forum, I'm wondering, does this equate to Houston as well? That we see that the most important factors are all environmental?
Speaking with my own hat on, I would say yes. Definitely under the current mayoral administration, we are seeing that there is a need to push forward. Extreme weather is something that impacts all of us. And unfortunately, over the past few years, we have seen a series of very different extreme weather situations. Biodiversity loss is something that we are seeing across the board as well. In essence, yes.
And so does that, what do you think the effect, or has there been an effect? What are we seeing from an implementation standpoint with the Houston Climate Action Plan? Are we getting some momentum behind that? Are we seeing more community embracing of that, or are we still, because of the ranking of, well, we got to continue looking at environmental factors and continue to shine the light on them so that people do understand how important this is?
Yeah, I will say that I think with COVID, the past few years, the spotlight has been a little bit removed from some of these environmental indicators. Folks have been focusing a lot more on public health and the economy with these environmental pieces, something that have been moving along, but have not necessarily risen to the forefront. Although I think now, as we're coming out of COVID and embracing this new world that we're in, people are starting to understand that there are opportunities and co-benefits that can cascade down both ways. As we're looking at implementing some of these climate as well as resilient strategies, some of the co-benefits are, healthier environments that can lead to hopefully, lesser transmission of infectious diseases.
Yeah, I think, we saw in some of last year's presentations at the symposium a focus on outdoor activity spaces as a way to kind of combat that social distancing problem, during COVID. And so, embracing more of that ability inside of our environment when seeing the right choice. But, we also have to look at what those facilities do when they have to do their job. They have to protect us at the same time. So it seems like a great way to combine all of our needs.
Yeah, agree. And definitely looking at opportunities for multiple uses for an item. So for example, when you're building a garage, when you're building a park, is there a parking garage underneath? Can that parking garage be, or, what are the different pieces that can be put into place there? And there are just a variety of strategies as we can take a step back and look at not just single use anymore, but what are the multiple uses for everything that we're designing and we're building.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's the very definition of low impact, is figuring out how to use the land for more than one purpose. So thank you very much, Marina, for everything today. Wonderful presentation. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here. Take care.
So we're going to move on to our next presenter from Harris County. Dr. Milton Rahman is the Executive Director and County Engineer with Harris County Engineering Department. The county has sustainability and resiliency practices and policies, and Dr. Rahman is going to discuss water quality programs, floodplain initiatives, recovery and resiliency projects, as well as other sustainability efforts. So thank you for joining us today, Dr. Rahman.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Can you hear me?
I do hear you. There you are. I see you.
All right. Well, thank you for inviting me again. My name is Milton Rahman. I'm the county engineer for Harris County. So we will be discussing the sustainability and resiliency practices that Harris County have. So let me see if I can share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen?
We have you. You're good to go.
All right. Well, thank you. Once again, thank you for inviting me. Let's start with Harris County Engineering. So let me tell you this. First of all, sustainability and resiliency is the core of our business. We have in our vision statement, we have embedded sustainability. So the quality of life for our resident is not going to be improved without sustainability practices in all segments of our businesses. So we went through our mission and vision statement earlier this year and said, no, we're going to include sustainability in all of our practice. So moving on, let me talk about a little bit of Harris County Engineering and what we do. Now, Harris County Engineering, we provide services to 2.7 million people in the unincorporated area of the county. Now, a lot of the work that we do that involves regulation and permitting, development and inspection, stormwater quality and wastewater permits and whatnot. And another part of our business is delivering capital projects, whether it's in the road and bridge parks side or in the vertical building side. We have 149 buildings, about 11.5 million square feet of space that every day we manage and maintain for our residents to provide a healthy work environment or a healthy place for our residents to come in and get the county services. So next, few of the key initiatives the department have at this time, and that includes in key business areas, our regional flood mitigation program. Our mobility portfolio involves over $1 billion of investment, promoting regional mobility, and work together with our sister agencies here with City of Houston, TxDOT, Metro, permitting, and customer service for our permitting department. Anybody that need a permit from Harris County, or if you're living in that unincorporated part of the county, you gotta have to have a permit from Harris County to do any major improvement. So that's a key area of our business. We're also working on county transportation plan. Now, that's very important in terms of resiliency, because what we want to build or what we want to go from where we are today is a greener, healthy infrastructure system. And finally, the green buildings and resiliency, that's a key initiative from the department. So with that said, once again, with our sustainability commitment, we have earlier, actually a couple of months ago, we have adopted the design guidance manual for our building and infrastructure in Harris County. And as you can see in the screen, that Harris County is committed to environmental stewardship through reducing carbon emission, efficient energy management, improving building performance standards, and promotion of sustainability, health, and wellness for all of our residents. So some of the key things in our sustainability practice is we have adopted that any new buildings that we're gonna build in Harris County has to be the U.S. Green Building Council, certified LEED building, and our new practice and standard that includes guidance and recommendation to assist to pursuing all these points to obtain this certification. So that's one of the key things that we have added in our new standard. The next slide, so Harris County now, we are a leader in LEED building for government agency. We own and maintain 9 LEED certified buildings. And out of this 9, we have the very first government facility that is platinum level, and that's our Brunette Bell and Gym. And we have 4 of our other facilities that's in LEED gold standard at this time. Okay, another key areas of business is we have adopted a more robust and sustainable practice for the Envision certification for our road and bridge project. So Harris County has the first roadway project in the state of Texas that is seeking Envision verification. Our Cowes Street project in East Aldine area, where is basically what Envision is similar to what we do in LEED building and for buildings. Envision is for the horizontal structures as we speak, and it looks into the projects in a holistic way. It considers recycling, quality of life, sustainability, enhancing public safety. So all these pieces we are incorporating as how we do and deliver projects to our community that looks at holistically the quality of life rather than just building concrete pavements. Now, another key practice that we have we regulate that, Harris County is a phase 1 MS4 community. Our permits are jointly with City of Houston and Flood Control District. So with the MS4 community, we ensure the water quality, looking into many annexes of the program. Just to highlight, we have structural controls, we have controls for new development, bacteria reduction, pesticide, herbicide, fertilizer application, spill prevention response, construction runoff, public education, monitoring, and screening is part of the program. And what we take a lot of pride that Harris County, consistently is in compliance with the program. So, and some of the things that in order to ensure the water quality or stormwater quality, just some of the metrics is we have issued or reviewed over 7,000 development plan to make sure the stormwater runoff, our SW3P is in compliance with our MS4 program. We have over 90,000 acres of land that's been mowed last year, and 41,000 miles of street that's been swept to make sure all this dust does not wash off to our streams. We have collected 183,000 cubic yards of litter that's been removed from our right-of-way. And finally, a key part of our program is also collecting household hazardous waste and dispose it properly. And we have collected over 500,000 pounds of household hazardous waste last year. So, so we, Harris County, that, it is our top priority to ensure the water quality of our streams. So once again, a little bit more about our household hazardous waste program. We try to provide an environmentally friendly or responsible way of disposing unwanted household chemicals. Our resident can come and dispose it to one of our facility. We have in every precinct, we have days in a particular year where we go collect those waste. And another thing is 90% of the waste that gets collected gets reblended as an alternative fuel source. So moving on to our development standards, in terms of, after Harvey, in this community resiliency, our flood resiliency become a key discussion. And out of this discussion, one of the good things that happened is this community came together, and Harris County have one of the strictest floodplain regulation in the nation. If you want to develop, anywhere within Harris County now, your minimum finished floor elevation has to be 2 feet above 500-year water surface level. And we have a no net fill within 500-year floodplain. So a lot of our development regulation is stricter than many communities. And one of the things also we will be looking forward in this aspect is looking into the regulation based on the MAP Next effort. So we are expecting our flood control district and FEMA is expected to release a new floodplain map late this year or earlier next year. As soon as it gets released, we'll be evaluating the maps and reviewing our policies and regulation to make sure that our communities are resilient and our policies can support and protect our community. So key things in this particular aspect also, Harris County is a champion for the regional resiliency of the flood control project. So one of the things is, the flood control bond that's been approved back in 2019. We wanted to make sure that the community is getting the benefit out of this. So it's just, flood control is not a one agency job or preventing flooding. So what we are working on is Harris County Commissioner's Code has adopted a policy that in order to partner up with Harris County or any of our regional agency, they have to meet some minimum requirements in terms of resiliency. So our minimum requirements includes adopting the Atlas 14 rainfall intensities, adopting the new detention criteria or minimum detention criteria that Harris County has for our community. So we want the neighboring community to adopt that. Now, also one of the things that we have done, we have had significant success in this. And I'll go a little details in the next slide of what are those minimum standard. We are also committing to help our communities, like a lot of the agency, their standard is not up to the mark. We are providing free technical assistance to the entities to update their regulation. So once again, we have significant success in terms of championing resilience. We have 19 of our local agencies and the local government entities have adopted our minimum standards at this time. You can see the cities, Baytown, Deer Park, Friendswood, City of Houston, notably, and many other smaller cities, including Waller counties, have adopted our minimum standard for rainfall intensity and detention. That will actually help the community to have a significant amount of flood protection and resiliency towards what we do every day. Let me talk a little bit about the standards, what those are. First of all entities have to adopt Atlas 14 rainfall intensity to size their stormwater conveyance system and detention facility. It also requires the agencies to adopt a minimum 0.55 acre-feet of detention per acre for any new development that's 1 acre or larger. Now this does exclude single-family residential homes. Prohibiting hydrograph climbing as a solution for detention unless draining directly to Galveston Bay. And one of the key, part of that minimum standard is no net fill within 500-year floodplain, except in coastal zones. In addition to that, we require that minimum finished floor for any habitable structure be elevated 2 feet above the 500-year floodplain. So with that said, once again, we have significant success with many of the entities. We are working with several local entities to bring their standard to a minimum standard. And then several of the entities also have requested more information of how they can get help from us. Moving on to more onto the flood resiliency for our region, we have over 90 projects all over Harris County, that is estimated about $600+ million. We are working towards at this time, which will save at least 4,000 structure that will be out of the 100-year floodplain. We are expecting majority of these projects will be constructed by end of 2024. So I'll go to the next slide to give you a little bit of status of those. Once again, out of these 91 projects from our subdivision program, 11 projects has already been completed. 15 of them is under construction as we speak today. And in the next 4 months, we'll be bidding out $300+ million worth of construction work. And you will see a significant amount of construction going on next year in terms of these projects. So with that said, I'll close it here and open up for any question.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Rahman. I have a comment actually for you, which you probably would love to hear. I mean, we don't often tell you the good things. Someone must have some experience. They're saying the Harris County Household Hazardous Waste Facility is well run and very efficient. The staff there do a great job. So congratulations on that. Have you seen much pushback from anyone, either other jurisdictions, about adopting the regulations that Harris County has been putting in place?
No, Chris. I'll tell you, as a matter of fact, I hear a lot of good things, a lot of willingness to partner up and really work together to bring this region to a more resilient, or build a more resilient community. Now, of course, the process of updating the standard is not a short-term process. And for many entities, they have to go through their planning commission before they can go to the city council and whatnot. So we are getting a lot of support as we go. Now, of course, our region, it is, from north to south to the central part of Harris County is way different in terms of their priorities and needs. So, of course, that's a factor. But I'll tell you this, we are also working on the San Jacinto flood plan. That we're getting a lot of partnership there as well in terms of flood mitigation and our standard.
Are funding mechanisms going to become a challenge anytime soon? We know that a lot of dollars have come to the area. You have been expending those. You just showed how you're doing some new programs and what those dates were. Are we going to be in need at some point of additional either federal monies or diversion of funds to continue to address resiliency programs here?
Absolutely. This region, we have a need of 40-something billion dollars to address the flooding issue that we have in this community. And so the 600 million something we're investing in our neighborhood is a tip in the bucket, considering majority of our neighborhood are designed a long time ago based on old figured curve, right? So 2-3 years of a storm, that's all it can sustain before it goes to our creeks, our mainstream. And in terms of funding, the $2.5 billion that flood control has, or the 750 that came from GLO in this region, if you add all this up, that's not nearly enough of what we want to do. We do have a proposition in the November ballot for our $1.2 billion bond initiative, and the voters will have a choice to vote it, for it or against it. But in that bond program, there's $200 million that's dedicated for neighborhood drainage projects. So I think, again, regardless whether the voter votes up or not, this region will need significant amount of money in terms of going where we need to go, or finish what we have started after Harvey.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the bond initiative. I would encourage everybody, obviously, to get informed about what that ballot choice is. And I think it does include some monies for parks and trails programs as well inside of that, bond. Final question here from the audience is asking, has the engineering department or flood control district considered becoming the floodplain manager for all of Harris County rather than kind of the piecemeal approach?
Well, to be honest with you, again, engineering department is the floodplain manager for unincorporated part of Harris County. And in order to, be the floodplain manager for the entire county, that is actually a significant legislative issue at the state. I don't think our local government, would be willing to give up their power. If you're city of Houston or city of Baytown or another entity, they are the floodplain administrator at this time. And every city is unique. Every community is unique. They have unique needs. Like if you are in LaPorte or Seabrook, and you are not going to be able to have the same kind of a standard for Tomball because a lot of your flooding is coastal, and your businesses and is depends on, like if you're talking about our coastal areas or port areas, they have to depend on a lot of the freight businesses they're in for their economic development. Whereas in the northern part, you're thinking about new development. So I think it is something that's that can be discussed for uniformity, but it is also difficult to achieve. What is easier to achieve, and we are working, is working together regionally. And in terms of our minimum standard and other platform we have, whether it's San Jacinto Regional Floodplain Association, or working through some of our nonprofit that we work very closely with Houston Stronger and all of them, to really have a dialogue that how collectively we can accomplish and regulate development, because it's important to regulate development in a way that we build sustainability. We don't just build, or practice the thing that put us here, right? We need to think about the future, how we want to, develop the community as a whole, where our cities are protected.
That makes sense. Pluses and minuses both ways. Well, Dr. Rahman, thank you so much for joining us at the symposium today. We appreciate your comments and, as always, our partnership with Harris County in our ongoing programs.
All right. Thank you very much.
So moving on today, our final speaker before our next break is Anita Hollmann with the Houston Galveston Area Council's Livable Centers program. The Livable Centers program is a way to focus on how people live, work, and play with less resilience on their cars. It's always about trying to get complementary land uses together and incorporating those with multiple modes of transportation, biking, buses, even foot traffic and such. And the program was established back in 2008 and has a track record of funding a lot of studies with support of the local sponsors to get projects implemented. So we're very happy to have Anita here today to shine some more light on the Livable Centers project.
Thank you so much for having me. Can you see my presentation?
You are on screen and ready to go.
Wonderful. Well, I'll say it's really nice to follow presentations from both the City of Houston and then from Harris County. The Livable Centers program is a program that's been operating in the region for about 12 years now. And we've worked closely with both City of Houston and Harris County on livable center projects within their communities. And if you were to think of livable centers almost as your think tank, places where you sit down in your community and generate your initial set of ideas and think about it on a 20-year horizon for maybe a 10-year implementation. So I open it up with that to say that, we're going to talk about Livable Centers program specifically today, where we really focus on creating walkable and resilient communities. We do operate on behalf of the Houston-Galveston Area Council. So we are your local MPO or your Metropolitan Planning Organization. And we represent the counties that you see here in red. And so essentially what I'd like to point out as I go through today's presentation is if you know of a community or you are a community that you feel like would benefit from participating in a program like this, please reach out. We're always doing future calls. We don't have one open now, but we're always thinking about sort of that next opportunity and the next set of communities that we can help. So before I proceed, I will say my name is Anita Hollmann, and I formerly ran specifically the Livable Centers program. I've since moved to a different position, but I'm still here as a resource and happy to make connections within our agency here. So let's talk about the regional forecast. So we have our regional transportation planning document here for the 8 counties, which I showed. And we know that we estimate by 2045 that our region's anticipated to include an additional 4.2 million more residents, as well as 1.6 million more jobs. And so and I love the name of this series really is the cost of doing nothing. And the question really becomes, how do we get from here? And this is I-45 in 1961 from Houston to Conroe to here, right? Where we're now looking at, the 10th most congested roadway in Texas, 131 million in annual cost. And, how can we make a change? And one thing that the program really focuses on is how do you start to create a community where you don't need to get into your car to do a cross-regional trip that you should be able to do within your community. And we really start to think about how housing, economic development, and transportation all start to play into each other. So what is a livable center? A livable center study is a study that takes about 9 or 10 months where we start to ask ourselves these questions. We're really focused, and I'll just highlight that this is a transportation study. So we're really focused on looking at those multimodal transportation improvements, whether it's bus, bike, and transit, access to transit, to make those regional trips. But we also look at the vehicle. We think about parking, and we acknowledge that the vehicle is, a tool that I use, daily, weekly, monthly. And so we don't necessarily say that the car doesn't exist. It's part of our infrastructure. However, again, we really think about what makes a community work. And so because of that, our studies are complemented with sort of a planning level analysis where we start to think about what sort of housing and commercial development, retail development will complement these areas. In some cases, these areas don't have that existing yet. So we'll actually develop concepts. Again, these are planning level concepts that give us an idea of what could exist there. And then we have an implementation plan that we have a public facing, and then we also have something called a program tracker that we leave with our local sponsors, and we actively track where local sponsors are getting stuck, how can we help them, what grants might they be able to apply for for in the future. I would say that one of the more robust things we do here is we really definitely engage with the public, with you, the local sponsor. We want to make sure that that the recommendations we're putting forward are in complement of your community, and then also for the people that you serve. So I mentioned that we are tracking. We in 2019 did, celebrated our 10th year as a program. And so to celebrate, we really wanted to reach out to all our local sponsors. At this point, it was I believe it's 28 past studies. We are now into the 40s, 40 centers or so. And we actively went back and said, well, where are you? And what you see here is actually a comparison between 2019 and 2021, where we kind of direct compared to our East End Livable Center study, which if anybody has been to NEFA's on navigation in the East End, that's sort of our first livable center study area. And we gauge sort of the success of our studies against that one, which today is 12 years old, and it acts as our barometer for success. And so it also gives our local communities a tool and a reminder to say, where are we now? Where do we want to go? And especially as new funds are coming down the pipeline, how can we consider and continue to think about what our community needs through the Livable Centers program. And what's really great is we're seeing the fruits of our labor. What I love about these set of graphics is they are not within just an urban area, a suburban area, or a rural area. We're seeing success of implementation, including changing alleyways to pedestrian walkways, and considering that multi-use of infrastructure in all aspects of our community within the region. We're also growing innovative partnerships. This program is ultimately funded with federal dollars. We do partner with TxDOT. And what's really great is, this image may not be 100% perfect just yet, but it's the idea that we are making these incremental changes in partnership with folks like TxDOT, like HETRA and others, to think about the pedestrian and think about the movement through these spaces that may otherwise feel forgotten. So I've talked a lot about transportation, and the purpose of this graphic, and this comes from a Tomball study done many years ago, where they've made a lot of, City of Waller. Give me one second. Through the City of Waller. And we love this graphic because it really starts to emphasize that when you're thinking about transportation, you are thinking about capacity of the roadway, you are thinking about parking, but again, you really want to understand what makes people move, ultimately what makes them want to get out from one place to the next. And we do look at things like public park space, and then we also really consider, flooding and green infrastructure. Again, not for all of our studies, it's going to depend on the local sponsor, but we are seeing a trend towards that way, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a few more slides. The other thing we've acknowledged as a program is that the scale of our study really does matter. We have our traditional livable center study where we might look at a community, it's downtown as a whole, as opposed to just a main street. But as you might see on the left-hand side here, we'll look at multiple nodes or areas of interest, and we'll think about how to connect them in terms of a greater community. What we've learned, though, is some of our past sponsors really kind of want to focus into maybe one of these nodes and focus into a question. So maybe it is the access and connectivity part of the study. It could be housing, or it could be economic development. So we're kind of focusing in not only to just a centralized area, but sort of a centralized question. What we love about the focused aspect of livable centers is that we're really encouraging past local sponsors to come and if we need a refresh on a recommendation, let's go ahead and take a look at it. But then also, we're not saying that you have to have completed a livable centers to do this, but it does give you the opportunity to consider your scale of what you're looking at to be just a little bit different than what we've done over the last 12 years. Within our Livable Centers program, as I mentioned, we really are focused on implementation. Again, I think the vision is very important, but what good is it if you can't move recommendations towards implementation. And so for implementation, we do work on, a project list. This is something that, for example, would live through the city of Houston or live through Harris County, the previous two speakers. But what we also recognize is you can't just make a project recommendation. What I think most people on this call can appreciate, that we don't want this to be a one-time improvement. We want to find ways to institutionalize these changes. So we also think of the policies and explore, again, think of us as a think tank. We explore the policies that would complement these sort of projects we're putting forward, as well as the programs, right? We really want to activate these spaces because we want to essentially make sure people are moving and using this space. So for implementation, we do encourage the municipal code for cities. We look at design standards, and then we really think about funding, whether it's through your capital improvement program, HGAC's transportation improvement program, or other grants. This is just to kind of emphasize again that what we really want to think about, again, not just the project, but the policy that's in place. And we really want to start thinking about, what does the suburban code generate, which is what we see a lot with planning practice in terms of when development codes were first created versus, if you were to reimagine that code and reimagine space, what would it look like? And the other thing I'll emphasize is that it's not only through zoning that you do these sort of things. Code enforcement, as we heard our previous speakers talk about, go a long way in terms of what development ultimately looks like. And again, we always marry it back to the transportation network. We think about, creating safe space, resilient spaces is a lot of little things coming together. And it's this idea of, for example, thinking about where parking is located, understanding what the pedestrian feel is as you're moving through an environment, thinking about the building and how the building is actually designed. Is it a big wall you're walking next to, or is it an open space where you can actually have a transparent facade, for example? And again, this is just to emphasize that you guys may be familiar with various cross sections as you've seen through your work, but we're constantly thinking about space and how the elements that we need within our region come together. One of our great outreach efforts, we will actually give folks the option to design their streets, and we'll start to think about essentially like a street mix. If you only have so much space, what are your compromises? What do we need? And we're starting to see that conversation for resiliency really come into play as we think about the importance of a buffer or the importance of shading. And again, this image is just to really emphasize that we are implementing these things around the region, and it's just fun pictures to show. So I kind of talked about livable centers sort of more from a traditional standpoint, where we really are looking at transportation network, and we are looking at the complement of the transportation network by land use. What I want to show here is we have seen a trend within our studies, again, think of us as a think tank, towards sort of the expanding this idea of resiliency. And the major issues that we've seen is really being stemmed from flooding, as well as these heat island effects. And we're seeing more sort of new partners come to our region, and we are inviting folks to come sit on our stakeholder committees, and they're really having a good impact on the direction of these studies. So we talk about flooding. This is actually from the Greens Point North Houston study, and one thing we do is we really do acknowledge what do the flooding maps say, and let's just do a quick overlay. In this case, we had an entire apartment complex that was flooded and recommended for a buyout program. However, what we did, we also wanted to make sure that we were providing the opportunity to think about housing and where individuals can then relocate if their homes have just been flooded. But at the same time, we also didn't want to leave a community with sort of a remnants of what was, right? So how do you reimagine sort of a tragic event to incorporate and actually bring back community. And I'll get into that in just a little bit. So luckily within our region, our first bike trail was built in 1992, and it was a Rails to Trails installation done by Houston Public Works. And I remember back in the day, there was the idea that no one would ever use it. Why are we building sort of a trail to nowhere? But luckily, we've gotten past that hurdle. We have great evidence that folks are out walking and biking. And as thanks to lots of folks on this call, we now see trail development not only along our bayous, but along our center point easements. And so this is sort of pulling this back, though, getting back to the Greens Point study. What we recognize, though, is again, when you start to think about, as opposed to a street, we're now thinking about a trail, but we always want to think about what moves people from a transportation aspect, what's going to attract you to this area, what's going to make you feel safe in this area, and then how are you going to use this area? And so, in this case, we think about flood detention, but we want to make it an asset. So we start thinking about how do you program these spaces, design these spaces for both passive and active use for the community. The other trend we're seeing again is that urban heat island effect. I know we've talked about it in previous presentations, but it's becoming, more of a conversation as it adheres to the tree canopy. We used to hear that if there was an accident on a roadway and there was an evaluation of that roadway and somebody got hit, for example, it could be because there was a tree along the roadway and the tree may have, in fact, maybe obstructed the driver's view. And what's really interesting through the conversation of the urban heat island effect is we're actually starting to say, well, if actually the tree helps the experience of the pedestrian, the user of the roadway, and it actually calms. It can be a traffic calming device depending on how it is implemented. And so, within our studies, and again, it depends on the study, we think about canopy, we think about the user experience, and we start to think about, what does a typical commercial corridor look like with minimal canopy versus maybe a residential street with a higher canopy cover, and how do we start to complement those as we think about the user of the facility and really moving people about. We also look at, again, nothing is ever done in a vacuum. We kind of try to take this holistic approach where if we're thinking about the heat island effect and we're thinking about the usability, I heard one of our speakers mention, LID, low impact development. We started to think about, well, where would that go? So we talked about regional detention just now, but within our 100-foot right of way or whatever it might be, how do we start to incorporate these things from a planning level so that when we deliver it to you, the local partner, whether you're a city, a tourism municipality, or a county, how do you incorporate these things into your existing structure, your existing set of considerations? And so we really do think about that. What we don't want to do is just give this to you and then, you walk away saying, well, this can never be implemented. What a great study and what great graphics. That's not the goal of Livable Centers. The goal of Livable Centers, though, is to create an environment where people want to be, again, whether urban, suburban, or rural. Now, the last comment I made, we work really hard as a program to make sure that the local sponsor feels comfortable with the recommendations that are getting moved forward. And when I say local sponsor, the local sponsor and their implementing partners. And so we work really diligently to have these agency package meetings. And what this means is we sit down with the folks that have the implementing arm, and essentially make sure that we have created a recommendation that may not be implemented tomorrow, but maybe certain aspects aspects of it can be implemented today. So we really try to make sure that it is palatable and that we can make the right changes to make sure that once this recommendation gets published, it's not an automatic no, it's a maybe, and maybe a maybe to yes. And so, and actually within a lot of our studies, as I showed in the graphic of where we're tracking, our biggest wins are when one of the recommendations already starts moving into implementation before the study is over. We've seen that with lots of our most recent studies, and so it's a complement to our local sponsors and to our project teams, as we're really sort of focusing on visioning through implementation. And so we're also sharing our knowledge. This is available on HGAC's website. We're really thinking again about low impact development, but we're also thinking about things that you can do tomorrow. So our instant impact guide and lots of resources. If any of these strike your interest, please send me a note and we'll definitely send you some more information. Now, the one thing I did want to point out, I'm sure Justin Bauer is listening in, but we are thinking as a agency about, implementation. How do we move projects forward? And so we have, as an agency, started to think about regional conservation, and we are actively seeking to engage and create our regional conservation project list. And so I have this up here just to as you're going through and thinking about the projects that you're working on, and we're thinking about resilience and essentially conservation. If you have a project that you think might fit the category, I'd encourage you just to search HGAC conservation, and then it'll bring you to this site. And so if you have any questions, again, please reach out. And so again, we are constantly thinking of the pipelines. I mentioned the conservation call, but again, when we structure these studies, we're thinking about municipal code design standards, and it really comes down to funding. We just finished hosting a Finding the Money workshop, where we think about CIP, TIP, and grants, but also we recognize there's an array of different ways to fund these projects. So with that, I'll leave you with the question: are you a future livable center? Do you know somebody who is that would benefit our region as we think about purposeful planning within our communities? And with that, Chris, I promised to keep it relatively short, as I know people want to run off to lunch, and I'll hand it back to you.
No, great. Thank you, Anita. I'm wondering, so there's a lot of smaller towns, and HJC represents the 13 county region. There are a lot of smaller towns, or a lot of rural towns. Is that context something that a livable center study can address, or are there other avenues that the smaller towns can preserve their character and protect the open spaces around them, because they're the ones that have the open space, not the urban areas, and so everything that's done thus far in the livable center studies is quite an urban focus, which is awesome, because the results that we're seeing are complementary of all the other things that is happening in the area, the BioGreenways initiatives and such. What about our outlying more rural areas?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll say we actually have a large number of rural participants as well, right? So one of our city of Waller, city of Tomball, we're working with the city of Seabrook, city of Texas City, Mount Bellevue, Alvin, city of Angleton. So we have a lot of rural partners throughout our region, and we would encourage, so within our 8 county MPO, within our rural communities, we do, it's funny, talk about where we see resilience really coming through, where access and connectivity really becomes important when you think about sort of a disaster happening. But at the same time, within our rural communities, we see a large focus on sort of the downtown area, making sure that we have good connectivity to Main Street. But that's not the only scenario that we see within our rural communities, and so and our suburban communities. So I will point out that we really try to work with the local sponsor to understand the need, to understand what their question is, and then bring the Livable Center principles to the community. So here we do have the 8 counties highlighted. If you're not within one of these 8 counties, though, we also have a great program here called Bringing Back Main Street. Bringing Back Main Street is for our 13 counties. And we try to discuss a lot of the principles that are implemented through livable centers. We like to, so again, Bringing Back Main Street, I think Andrea Tantillo must be on this call as well. But what we do is we try to bring those resources, and then sort of, I mentioned those guides and stuff that we've created. The knowledge we've learned through livable centers, we then discuss sort of in a roundtable format through Bringing Back Main Street.
That's great to hear. That's outstanding. So I think this is a fantastic program, and kudos to HJC for the longevity of this program. So thank you, Anita, for being here today.
Thank you.
So let's head to our final break. We'll do this very quickly. Want to get everybody out as close to 12 o'clock as we can, be mindful of everyone's time commitments. Let's get our second poll questions up real quickly, because we do want to get this feedback from y'all. And the first question has to do about the format of this symposium. We're very interested to know whether this virtual symposium is where we want to continue, if we want to return to our origins as an in-person format, or whether we should consider hybrids. The second question, or actually it's second question, what kind of speakers would you like to see in future years? And then our third question has to do with what would you like to most see explored in future years as far as topics. So topics, speakers, and where do we go? So as those answers come in, again, we very much appreciate this. This really guides how we are able to continue putting on this program each year. And I see a lot of hybrid response for our where we want to be. And not surprisingly, the diversity amongst the question number 2 that's a fairly even response. I'm not surprised to see that at all. And of course on the topics, sticking with our nature-based solutions, green infrastructure, absolutely. That's always interesting for us. And we do try to cycle through our topics and not repeat year to year and not repeat speakers either. So we're very glad to be able to have a large database to draw from for our speakers today. So with that, once again, just take a quick break and we'll be back very shortly. Once again, our sponsor videos are going to play while we're gone, and we'll come back in just a few minutes.
As we look toward the future, our commitment to excellence continues to propel us, dedicating our established and expansive expertise to build solid, ground-down foundations today that will meet the evolving demands of tomorrow. As our population grows and land use needs change, we will continue to bring the most advanced, creative, and impactful visions to the communities we serve. We value the opportunities to support our communities and strengthen our existing relationships as we continue our mission of engineering the future.
Together, we can protect our pipes from clogs and overflows. In the kitchen, put grease in its place. The trash. Simply pour it into a heat-resistant container. Cool it, then toss it in the trash. This includes food items such as meat fats, butter and cream, oils, and even dough and batter. All food scraps should be tossed in the trash. In the restroom, only flush the 3 Ps. Pee, poo, and toilet paper. Learn more at protectourpipes.org.
So let's jump right back into our speakers and finish our morning strong, get everybody to their lunch breaks. We do seem to be running about 10 to 15 minutes behind. We apologize for that, but when the information is coming as fast as it is, it's hard to stop everybody's trains of thought, and we really appreciate everybody and want to honor your time commitment to us this morning. So let's get right back into it and introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Tina Peterson. She's the Executive Director of Harris County Flood Control District. She's actually the first female director of the organization in its 85-year history, and is responsible for executing the district's mission in what we are, the third, Harris County, the third most populated county in the United States. And as you saw before, growing, more than 4.5 million residents, and on the way to shattering that pretty soon. Dr. Peterson is going to be providing an update on the 2018 bond program and the resilience efforts at Flood Control District. There's Tina. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you, Chris?
I'm very well. Welcome back.
Awesome.
In a different role. You used to be one of our board members, and you've had to leave us because your new role at the Flood Control District, but very happy to see your face and anxious to hear your presentation.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to be here today for sure. Thank you so much for having me. Today what I plan to talk about is exactly what Chris mentioned. I really want to provide some updates on what the Flood Control District has been doing regarding the bond program and some of our flood resilience planning. So if we go to this first slide. So I think most folks on this symposium are well aware of the county's 23 different watersheds that really cover, the breadth of Harris County. We've got more than 2,500 channels that the Flood Control District is responsible for. And the reality is these bayous and waterways are really the reason that Harris County and the city of Houston have become such a foundation for our region, for our country, and for the world, even through the Port of Houston. The bayous really connect us out into the world and connect us back into our communities. So the mission of the Flood Control District is to build flood damage reduction projects. And there's a focus on community and natural values. And that's really important to me, because at the end of the day, the flood damage reduction solutions that the Flood Control District provides, they should align with what our residents want to see in our communities, while delivering that resilience, that flood resilience that our community also desperately needs and desires. So today, what I would like to talk about is some progress that we've made first on the bond program. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the flood control bond. It was passed in 2018, and it provides $2.5 billion worth of funding that will be matched with additional partnership funds. Now, one of the keys to this bond program was those partnership funds. And to date, the Flood Control District has received $1.3 billion in partner funds that allow us to implement and build all these different types of projects that are shown here on the right hand of this slide. What's I think really important is that this bond program in a way represents kind of what is the current work towards building a more resilient Harris County. The bond program really represented what was a transformational investment in flood risk reduction. And Harris County really took the lead in making sure that after Hurricane Harvey, which occurred just 5 years ago, the county was leading the way to put programs into place to make sure that the county recovered and reduce the risk of flooding in the future. So on this map that you see on your screen are a bunch of dots, possibly green dots if you can see that. And those dots represent individual project components that have been completed. So to date, there have been over almost 230 individual project components that have been completed. And those project components are already reducing the risk of flooding for our community and making our county more flood resilient. Another element of the work that's being done through the bond program that I think is really impactful and something that doesn't always get talked about. We talk a lot about the capital projects, the building of the projects to reduce the risk of flooding, but the bond program actually allows the flood control district to do some major maintenance work, especially in the northern part of the county, to remove sediment and make sure that our channels continue to flow efficiently and effectively during all types of conditions. And to date, we've removed more than 4.7 million cubic yards of sediment from the channels where we've done this maintenance work. So again, this is a really transformational type of program that allows Harris County to, at the end, be a stronger, more resilient place for our community. Speaking about community, that has been a very important focus of this bond program in terms of making sure that there is community engagement. So to date, there's been over 180 community meetings that have been held for the various projects that the flood control district is working on. And one of the things that I want to highlight, and I'll actually talk a little bit more about later, is the importance of the creation of the Community Flood Resilience Task Force. This task force was created to build off of that community engagement that the flood control district is doing and work to enhance and strengthen those conversations that we're having with the community and make sure that those conversations are centered around equitable flood resilience and flood resilience planning. And so I would highlight the creation of this task force is really a very important step along the way in our progress since the bond program has been passed. And so where are we at today with the bond program? Well, this slide really answers that question. On the map that you're seeing on your screen, there are a number of dots. And so the previous map that I showed you represents projects that are completed. This map shows you projects that are actively underway right now. Each one of these dots represents an individual project component. And what I hope you will take away is that there is work underway right now across the county for capital, for maintenance projects underway, leading towards a more resilient Harris County. To date, there's been about 25% of the funding that's been spent of the total bond program. And this represents a lot of work that's being done, really planning and putting in the projects into design. And in the coming years, those projects that have moved through the flood control district's project lifecycle are going to be moving into construction. And so you'll begin to see even more and more benefit of the work that the flood control district has been doing. One of the things that I would like to spend a little time talking about is not just what the flood control district is doing today with regard to flood resilience, but also highlight some of the flood damage reduction tools that have been used historically and are continuing to be used to increase the flood resiliency of Harris County. This slide shows some of our more traditional tools. So certainly the flood control district has a number of different tools that we use, but some of the ones that are most frequently employed are those related to channel modifications. And so what a channel modification is, that's deepening and widening of channels to make sure that they can convey the amount of stormwater that is reaching them. There are also stormwater detention basins. Those are basins that are constructed typically off of one of our channels that can capture stormwater and hold it during a rain event, and then slowly release it after the rain event has passed and once the risk of flooding has passed. These are two of the flood control district's very, very commonly used tools, but we have a number of other tools that we use and rely on. to implement flood risk reduction for our community. Interestingly, Harris County has not always considered stormwater detention basins as a tool in the toolbox. It wasn't until the late 80s in which stormwater detention basins really became one of the mainstays of the flood control district's toolbox. Today, there are over 250 different stormwater detention basins across the county that hold more than 62,000 acre feet of volume within the county boundaries. And what I think about when I think about our stormwater detention basins is not just that they're providing flood risk reduction, but many of these basins have also been designed with the mindset of providing multiple benefits. And this is where, you know, the concept of resiliency really comes into play. Not only are these flood risk reduction projects able to meet the mission of the district by reducing the risk of flooding, but it can provide a number of other benefits to our community, which I think is really important. And this particular slide is showing you the Keith Weiss Stormwater Detention Basin. There are, you know, certainly this project, I believe it'll hold up to 900 acre feet of stormwater in the Greens Bayou watershed during a rain event when it is being used to provide flood resiliency. But it also has a number of other elements. It has wetland plantings down near the water, where those wetlands are going to provide water quality benefits. We have trails along the edges of these basins, which provide recreational amenities. And we certainly have a wide range of different habitat types that are included in this basin as well. Now, it might be a good time for me to point out that the flood control district does not build recreational components, but we do account for them in our designs. And we work in partnership with a number of different partners. You know, the Harris County precincts are certainly one of our primary partners when we're looking at how do we increase the multiple benefits that these projects can provide. But we also work with others like City of Houston, like municipal utility districts, Houston Park Board, just to name a few. That's certainly not a comprehensive list, but those are the type of partners that will work with us to install recreational benefits on our projects. And this is what flood resiliency can look like, working hand in hand with our partners to advance towards a common goal of making these projects serve multiple benefits for our community. Another example of a project like this is the Hollister Basin. Again, this is a project in the Greens Bayou watershed. There's a number of different wetland plantings and trails in the area that, again, provide multiple benefits. Willow Waterhole is another great example. This is actually, it's almost a 300 acre complex with multiple stormwater detention basins. Again, it's a little bit larger than the Keith Weiss Park. It provides about double the amount of stormwater storage that Keith Weiss Park provides. And what's interesting about the Willow Waterhole Stormwater Detention Basin is it's part of our federal project on Brays Bayou. So the Brays Bayou Federal Flood Damage Reduction Project was a multi-year, more than 20 years effort to bring flood damage reduction to the Brays Bayou watershed, starting all the way upstream in the Brays Bayou watershed down to almost the Houston Ship Channel. And, you know, the Willow Waterhole project provides, again, a number of water quality, recreational, habitat opportunities for not only our community, but also for wildlife. This is another type of a tool that the Flood Control District uses, which is our natural stable channel design. This particular project is, again, using some biostabilization that when we have the opportunity, when we have the right conditions, we are able to bring projects like this forward where we're able to not only stabilize the channels, but also, as you can see on the right, this is kind of an after picture of what the channel can look like once the habitat has grown in around the channel. And then finally, I want to highlight just the importance not only of all of this capital work, but again, touch on how maintenance and vegetation management really play an important role in the flood control district's overall approach to delivering flood reduction for our community. Certainly, you know, maintenance work to make sure that our channels are stable, they're not eroding, that when we have sediment that's accumulated, we're able to remove it. Sediment emanates from a number of different sources. A lot of times it'll be carried down by large storms. It can also be caused by erosion that's occurring due to maybe increased flows on a channel. And then vegetation management is certainly an important part of what the flood control district does. Mowing happens quite regularly on our channels, and this is focused not only on making sure that the community can enjoy our channels, but that is also proactive maintenance, where we're able to make sure that the vegetation on the bayous are healthy, that we're reducing the number of invasive species that may occur, and we don't have any woody debris or trees growing up in areas where we're not wanting them to be there that could inhibit our ability to maintain our channels. And so now I'd like to spend a little time, I think we've covered in a way some of the history of what the flood control district has done in terms of providing resilient solutions for the community and multi-benefit solutions. I think the bond program represents the work that's underway right now to bring more flood resilience and what I would call really transformational, huge investments in our community to deliver increased flood resilience after Hurricane Harvey. And then this next section is focused on talking about what does the future of flood resilience look like for Harris County. And Commissioners Court in September of 2020 created a framework for establishing a flood resilience plan for Harris County. This plan laid out by Commissioners Court had a vision of first and foremost protecting communities, making sure that flood resilience across Harris County is a focus and going to deliver the much needed flood risk reduction for our communities to reduce the risk of flood related hazards. But there are other focuses as well. Holistic, equitable, considering social vulnerability and historic problems, encouraging not only restoration of floodplains, but also nature-based solutions. And at the end of the day, really focusing on a plan that delivers flood resiliency across Harris County. So when Commissioners Court established this goal of creating a flood resilience plan, they established two different teams that were focused on supporting this effort. The first team is a Community Flood Resilience Task Force. This is a task force of external members who are providing subject matter expertise to provide feedback and input on the county's resilience efforts. Now, this task force was stood up back in 2020 and has already been providing a number of very important pieces of feedback to the county, specifically as it relates to implementation of the 2018 flood bond. Now, given this is a virtual meeting, I'm not able to see everyone on this who is on this meeting, but I suspect there may be one or two task force members who are in attendance. And so I do want to acknowledge their time and their effort that they've put into this work and thank them for their valuable input so far. And this work continues, and we look forward to continuing to work with the task force as we move forward. The other group that was created as part of the Commissioners Court action was the Infrastructure Resilience Team. And what I think is important about the Infrastructure Resilience Team is the fact that really it is encompassing the collaborative nature of this effort, including multiple departments from the county to provide input into this process and develop this flood resilience strategy. And I do know that we have several folks who are participating on the Infrastructure Resilience Team on this meeting. And again, I just want to acknowledge their work supporting this effort, supporting the Community Flood Resilience Task Force and moving this effort forward. So this slide gives you a little bit of a sense of what is going on and where things are headed. Again, the Flood Resilience Task Force was created in early in 2020. Oops, hold on, I just went too far. And so really the first phase of that effort was focused on getting the groups established and off the ground. The next phase of the effort was focused on kicking off the work to start to lay out an understanding of the existing conditions regarding flood resiliency in Harris County. And this effort is underway right now. It was started back last year, and this effort is continuing. And the work will culminate in some information that will be presented in terms of a report that this group is working on. And that information will be presented, and really where we're headed is moving towards the last phase of this effort that was laid out in the Commissioner's Court vision for this work, which is the creation of a flood resilience plan. And that work is going to really take the initial work laying out existing conditions and dig into that even further and look to identify the vision and the goals and the strategies and the actions and the solutions that are needed to increase flood resiliency for Harris County. And so that effort is certainly going to include stakeholder and public engagement, and really will lay out what we hope to see as a vision for flood resiliency in Harris County. So again, I appreciate everyone's time today. I'm so pleased to be able to be here today. I know that lunch is standing between I am the one between y'all and lunch, so I don't want to take too much time, but I do want to just highlight again, when we're talking about flood resilience, one of the ways that we can think about being resilient is making sure that insurance is available and carried, because at the end of the day, with flood resilience, part of it is being able to react to the stressors in the system, and flood insurance can help us do that. And so just a reminder that flood insurance is an important part of how we accomplish that. And I'd be happy to take some questions, Chris, if you've got any. Certainly appreciate everyone's time today.
And we appreciate yours. Thank you so much. Your presentation highlighted a lot of the great work that the district has done on recent regional projects and literally turning them into green spaces and parks. So that I think people's first kind of reaction is they see that open area and they go, "Oh, look, a pretty park." And isn't that the way that we, would want to see our systems? Because the Bayou City, they're everywhere, but in many cases we have in the past channelized them. That's what the agency thought the right move was, decades ago. So this is a real twist, and you've highlighted those projects, which are beautiful and well used and functional. What's the reality of the older systems where they were channelized and trying to restore those? From our organization, we're passionate about that more natural approach to the bayous. What's the reality of, both from a protection standpoint, but also the attractiveness standpoint of our older bayou systems?
That's a great question, Chris. And I think one of the challenges that we have is the constraints that we face in a lot of systems. So as we're looking at solutions, one of the biggest challenges that the flood control district has is limited right-of-way and working in and around urbanized areas. That's, a lot of the easy solutions have been done, and what's left to increase the flood resilience is those challenging solutions to work around the complexity of the environment of where we're at. And so certainly I think where there's opportunity, the flood control district is certainly committed to moving these types of projects forward. And when we have willing partners, that is again a very important piece of the puzzle. In terms of the historic channelization, there's actually only about 6% of the flood control district's channels are actually concrete lined. Now, a number of them are down in those urban areas because that's where we are able to, historically have used those type of techniques to achieve the flood risk reduction that's needed. But looking forward, opportunities exist, and will be, part of this flood resilience plan will be to have those conversations with the community and be able to have a dialogue about that type of the types of impacts these projects could have.
We started earlier in the presentations with a representative from TxDOT, and I'm wondering how much coordination there is between TxDOT and the flood control district on new projects. We've got several things that are under investigation right now by TxDOT, especially around the urban core. And what are the effects of that construction, and then down into the Bayou systems. Talk a little bit about the coordination between y'all's two agencies, because y'all are two of the biggest effectors of our Bayou systems.
TxDOT and the flood control district coordinate very regularly, like probably on a daily basis. Teams from TxDOT and teams from flood control are talking. Like you said, Chris, like there is such an interaction between the work that they're doing often and the work that the flood control district is doing. And so we're coordinating very closely on a number of different initiatives that are underway. So I can assure you that coordination is happening, and we work very closely together when needed to address questions and problems.
Well, in deference to our neighbors in Florida, hopefully we will be able to continue to use our facilities as parks and recreation rather than doing what they are also so good at doing, which is preventing flooding. Yeah, we definitely wish all them well. But thank you so much for your presentation, Tina. Great visuals. Really, the work that has been done in these recent decades to change what flood control looks like while continuing to improve its performance is really important work. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity.
And finally, it wasn't really Tina, but actually our next presenter standing between us and lunch, but we are very pleased to have Gabriela Sosa. She is a conservation manager for the Buffalo Bayou Partnership. She's going to be sharing an overview of the development conservation priorities at the Buffalo Bayou Park. In particular, she's going to focus on some new GIS mapping tools and field assessments, which help the partnership to determine what resources are needed to accomplish the sustainable management of the park. And we're very glad to welcome Dr. Sosa here today. There you are. Oh, you're muted. Hit that mute button.
Well, thank you for that introduction.
You're welcome. We've got you, we can hear you, and we see your presentation. It's all yours.
Can you see me as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can't see me, but I will find a way to see it. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Great. Well, I will try to move along through this presentation as swiftly as possible, because I do know it's noon and there's a lot of, appointments and things going on, and everybody wants to get lunch. But I think this is I'm very glad that I was invited to give this presentation. I know the work that is being done in the region and the importance of sharing what we are all doing. This allows us to continue to improve and learn from each other as we all are addressing the same issues. And so a little bit of background on the portfolio that I'm managing for Buffalo Bayou Partnership. I work at Buffalo Bayou Park, and one of the tasks that I was given as I arrived into this position a year ago, which it's gone by extremely fast. Like, I feel like I've been here for 30 minutes, but it's just gone. Every day is something new. There's something going on. And something that I recognized early was that we needed to be able to have information guide the decisions that we're making on the ground. My background is I have a Ph.D. in ecosystem science and management from Texas A&M. And one of the things that I learned in the process is that information is power, right? Like, you can start making decisions that are based on either trends that have happened in the past, or you can look at other data sets or reference sites to determine what those decisions you should be making or you can be making in different locations. And in particular, I look a lot of at restoration. And so along the bayous, that is a lot of the work that we're moving forward with. And even, as I go through something that before I start, I really want to thank all of our partners who work with us, because this is not the work that I'm about to present is not something that one individual does. A lot of the people that are on this call have helped us get to this point. And also my team, both the people that work directly with me, but also leadership at the organization to be able to have the vision that conservation is needed and to have that support. So with that, I can move along. Okay, so conservation along along the bayou. So some of you have gone on to have visited the park, 160 acres in the heart of Houston. And when you come out to the park, you'll see that there's always projects going on. We're dealing with a lot of invasive species. And if you look at the overall, there could be a project, in every inch of the park. However, determining the organizational priorities is critical so that we can tackle those big issues. So as I joined the organization, one of the first things that I started to ask were like, what are those priorities? What are those goals that you have? You could start seeing them, they're regional goals, but are those also going to be the goals that the organization is going to be pursuing in their day-to-day management? So out of all of the topics, we talk about pollinators, we talk about wildlife corridors, we look at native plants. I had to kind of condense those all into these top 3 goals that I have seen the organization kind of everyone pushes behind. So one of them is erosion control. The other one is increasing native biodiversity. We have an opportunity and what we're going to be planting, making certain that it's a species that is favorable for this site. And the other is increasing wildlife habitat. And so as we move forward is making decisions on the ground. How is a management decision impacting one of these conservation goals? And that allows us to kind of keep the work meeting the goals, those broader goals that the organization has set for us. So one thing about working in an urban park, and so that's something very important, and it shifted my thinking from thinking of more of a land, looking at, let's say, grassland restoration project, and you're doing it in a county where there's 1,000 people in the county, right? And you're dealing with thousands of acres. When you're working in an urban center, there are different pressures and different factors that will influence the type of projects that you can do, and also your audience. So it's all about that. Who is that end user, or that frequent user, or that not so frequent user? So we're thinking about the social, the environmental, which has to do with erosion control. Then we're also thinking about the economic, and we put all that together and thinking about how are the projects that we're implementing, what is their sustainability? Are they going to be effective as a treatment, going to be effective for one season or 1 year? Or is that treatment or that project going to be able to have continuity, even when there's additional stressors? The stressors can come from all aspects. There could be social stressors, so now there's more use, or there's a different perspective on what that habitat should be used for. There could be environmental stressors, so we have to be ready. We have to be a resilient system. What happens when we have a prolonged drought? What happens when we have flooding? Thinking about those aspects when we're making our plans. And then the economic. What is our staff capacity? What are our resources that we can be investing in different within different projects. And if we think about them through that lens, we can be thinking about sustainability, but we can also be setting our conservation priorities. And why priorities are so critical is because this allows the organization to be able to either highlight areas that need the most help and need the most assistance in order for them to be improved. So let's say, for example, there's an area that has a lot of erosion, and it has high density of invasive species. Well, then in that particular aspect, or in that situation, what would that area become like, would that supersede other projects, because we want to make certain that that gets addressed? The issue is that at some times everything seems as a priority, and that does not allow projects to be able to either first be started, but also have continuity, because we would be basically spreading ourselves so thin that we would not be able to address those things that are truly those priorities. So in my role, I have to be creating a way to be able to determine what are those priorities. And it's not, I can manage the priorities, right? But I need that feedback from that social, the environmental, the economic, all of them together, and the organization as well. And our partners, really, because a lot of that support, that economic support, can also come from like volunteers, right? Like man hours, things that we can be working all together. So discussing now why, how I started this process of quantifying these conservation goals or conservation priorities is so when I arrived to Buffalo Bayou, it was 160 acres, and I knew that there was riparian zones, which, talking about our partners, we have a very ambitious project with Harris County Flood Control along those riparian zones to stabilize them and make them more resilient. But in addition, there's other habitats in this park. We have meadows, forest, mixed areas, grasslands, and all of these areas, the way that you manage a grassland is not the same way that you manage a forest, right? Like I do not need trees in my grassland. If not, it's now more of a savanna, right? So how do we, well, not only determine what those habitats are that are currently present at the park, but how can we continue to maintain them? So prior to me coming onto this position a year ago and adopting this portfolio well, I needed to know what was truly in my portfolio. I had just given a folder, so I needed to start determining. And I had experience using GIS as part of my training, and I knew that this is something that this organization could value. There could be value in them incorporating it into their day-to-day management. And so my first task was determining what was out there and working together with HCAC. We started mapping out the habitat types in this park. And this has actually been a very critical step in us determining our priorities, because now we're able to not only determine the amount of area that we have available, but also to determine in a very targeted manner where we're going to be monitoring the trajectory of these systems. So, for example, this is an output of now our finished product of the different habitat types. So I'll just show you like very quickly. My cursor is over anything that's green is a forested area. Anything that's yellow is a grassland. Anything in blue is riparian zones. And then we have our purple zones, and those are our meadows. And if you come to Buffalo Bayou Park, this would be where in the springtime, everyone gathers and takes pictures, because this is where we have all of the wildflowers along the park. So incorporating this. So we didn't have this when I first started. And why did we need to do this? Well, because we needed to have a baseline assessment. We wanted to determine the ecological status of the different habitats. So were some experiencing higher percentages of invasive species? Was there a high density of those? Was there a high biodiversity? within those, and then also calculate the number of acres that we would have to be working on in order to address them. So that those start giving me the numbers, so that then as we're making those decisions, we can say, okay, an area is 3 acres. What does that mean? Like how much time and resources will we be investing in these projects, and in the short term and the long term, because we're always thinking about long-term maintenance. So that was my initial task. So when we started mapping and monitoring the habitats, we broke down the distribution of these areas into our meadows, grasslands, forests, riparian, mixed forest, grasslands. I would call them savannas, but we gave them different habitat types, and this allows us to start differentiating between different management techniques that we might be using and strategies. So discussing the Houston-Galveston Area Council and their the importance of collaboration and having partners. We were able to, early on in the process, I reached out to them and I said, this is something that we need, and we were able to become a priority project, a conservation priority project with them. And that this collaboration with them has been definitely one of the most important things for my team. It has allowed us to, go from, starting really from scratch to having a full inventory of the park. And so we use spatial ArcGIS tools on mobile devices. So we don't have Trimbles, we don't have to go and invest all of these resources. We use our phones, that's how we collect all the data. GIS tools have improved greatly in the last 10 years. And the idea is to improve our management of the conservation areas at Buffalo Bayou Park. What the Houston-Galveston Area Council provides us is the training and data support for the project. So we don't have an in-house GIS specialist yet. I hope that at some point we will, but or maybe we would have someone that would be in a capacity where they come in and just work on our projects for some specific goals that we have set out. But in this aspect, as we're starting out, that training and support that we did not have internally has been critical for us to be able to get our program off the ground. So what we do is we map the vegetation. So I mentioned to you how we're mapping it. So all of this is us going out there, walking through the actual polygons and creating them and determining what they are. And what we found is that we're able now to quantify how many acres of each area there is. So a forested system, we have 18.7 acres. Our grasslands, we actually only have 3.4 acres. So it's very small compared to our forest. Our mixed areas, we have 16.6 acres. Let's see, the restoration plot is very small. It's it's a quarter of an acre. We have our riparian zones, and these are the most significant work that we have at the park. Almost 38 acres of the park are within riparian zones. And a lot of that area is already part of an ongoing effort to do a lot of restoration on that. And then we have our wildflower areas, which are 3.2 acres. So now we start to recognize that there are some areas, for example, our mixed areas, they're almost 17 acres, but the amount of resources that we're investing and time that we invest in a mixed area compared to a wildflower area, it'll be tenfold into a wildflower area compared to a mixed area, because in those sites, we're only doing maintenance. And in the wildflower areas, we're having to spend more time and energy making certain that we're reseeding, we're having to make certain that we address a lot of the invasives, and not just once a year or twice a year, but constantly. So the amount of area is not directly correlated with the amount of tasks and management interventions that are associated with it. But it also gives us this very important number for me as I'm managing these areas, is that out of the 160 acres associated with Buffalo Bayou Park, 82.3 acres, 51% of the park are within that framework of either grassland, riparian, mixed area, meadows. So when we think about the amount of area that is covered, and this is actually a good thing because it allows us to know that these areas need to be continuous, and they do make a large portion of the land associated with Buffalo Bayou Park. And 3 field technicians and myself cover all of this area. So we're also thinking about how can we be targeted in our time and energy with the amount of hours that we have available and on the ground staff. So that's critical. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about why we do this, right? And also the amazing work that we can do, because now we can track things. So one of the things that, as I've been at the park, I started to recognize that there was different habitats within the park, and all of this information then becomes part of how we're determining what we have as priorities. So there's these bird nests around the park, and we see them at different times of the so we see all of these habitats, and we're thinking, well, is there a reason why there's more bird nest here versus another part of the park? And then how is that going to influence our long-term management? So one of the things that we started to do out here at Buffalo Bayou is we started mapping. So we map a lot of things at the park. We map our our conservation management areas. We do treatments along the park. So whenever we do a treatment, we want to make sure we do a polygon of it. We do incident layers. So like, let's say we have an area with a high density of invasive species. We want to be able to know that that's an area that we need to go back to. We have borders, so determining like what areas, so we don't go over a certain, so that we can differentiate between the habitat types. We have permanent plots, which I'll discuss a little bit about, different the projects associated with Harris County flood control, which we do biohabitat project that we're working on. And what I'm interested in sharing with you today is the bird nest. So this is across the police memorial down near downtown, and every one of these stars that you see on your screen, these blue stars, each one of those are a bird nest. That when we go out there in the fall, when the leaves have come off, you get to see them. And what we find is that there's clusters in the park of bird nests. So there will be areas where we have a high density of bird nest, and then there'll be areas where we don't have a high density of bird nest. However, it has not, and this is what's interesting, we have trees all along the bayou, right? Like there's trees, but there are some places where the birds select as favorable habitat for their nest. So even though there's trees all along the bayou, they don't pick all of the same sites. So that's critical for me because, and you'll get to see this slide, you'll see this same image later, when we're determining what areas we're going to be doing a lot of our management on and where we're going to do improvements on are those areas where we see that there's greater potential for us to increase more of this habitat for the bird nest. So in this is a particular example. So all of this information starts guiding when and where we should be doing our management treatments. So I know some of you have probably seen this, maybe you haven't, and I'm not going to go through the whole slide. I just want you to know that it is available to you. So what we have been doing is we've been collaborating with Houston Wilderness. They have provided us cameras that we have strategically set up around the park, and we are starting to get a kind of a list, really, because we didn't have this, a list of all of the species that make Buffalo Bayou Park their home. And so we have birds, we have small mammals. The beavers have been very charismatic, and they not only the people really like to see them on our YouTube channel, but then also in the local news, because people wouldn't expect that there would be beavers living in these tributaries. And this is also a very important aspect to our work, even though this is more of an outreach component. It helps us recognize, and as we're setting our management priorities, we can be considering how is this going to impact the wildlife habitat. So and also a lot of people come to the park just because they're interested in and want to protect the park because they know that this is critical habitat, or important habitat for urban wildlife. So if you haven't had an opportunity to see these, I encourage you, can, if you're ever having a bad day, turn on the videos for like 20 minutes and you'll feel much better. I do it all the time. So I'm actually not going to share this because I'm going to go through, but okay. So talking about our field assessments, because we're talking about quantifying, right? We want to measure what is out here. So I came in with a perspective into this role as a field researcher, field scientist, and I just basically said, this is what I know how to do, and this is this is how decisions are made when we're looking at when we're looking at systems that need management and there's opportunity to do this work. So I came in as more of a scientist, and I said, I'm going to address it through data. And so what we did is we set up 64 plots along the bayou. Each plot is 10 by 10 feet. So they're not very, they're a pretty substantial size. And within each of these plots, we were looking at the different types of species presence. We were looking at bare ground, looking at potential for soil erosion, and we were looking at the tree composition of within those sites. And the idea from this is that as we continue to do our treatments, there could be some sites are going to be managed for the next year, next 5 years, in the same way that they were managed 5 years ago, because they really require very little maintenance, or they don't require, there's not a lot of invasive species. But along the way, we need to be able to monitor, because what if a site that in the past had a very low density of invasives, we start seeing higher density of invasives, then we can go in and do these timely interventions and go in and reset the system. So the idea between this is I consider it from that aspect of state and transition models, but instead of thinking about it like a state and transition model for the whole park, which would be too complex, we're looking at it by habitat types and zones. And so that allows the work to be a little bit more manageable as you're going along. But what I'm sharing with you on my screen is what I get to see. So people are out in the field collecting data, and they're just telling me like, oh, we have an oak tree, and they tell me how many oaks they're having, and they're inputting it all into the system. What I get to see on my end as the manager is these results on the field maps, ArcGIS output. So then I use that information to then determine, okay, yes, these numbers are changing. When and how are we going to intervene? So some of the problematic species that we found during our post assessment, and maybe this is something like that you'll find in a lot of the work that you do, and just there may be problematic or just common. We have a lot of guinea grass, ragweed, invasive trees, China berries. We have a lot of those. We have beggar tick. a lot of different types of vines. We have some poison ivy, and it's critical that we address it early before it becomes an issue, and then we have to do more chemical intervention, and then giant reed in just a few sections of the park. But it's things that we already knew we had, but it's good to be able to have the numbers associated with each one of the plots. So this is how the output comes to me. Like when I get an output, like I could say, I want to get the top 5 most common species. And what the GIS tool allows me to do is I don't have to go through a data set and like calculate each one, or like get and do the math for each and then spend all that time doing the analysis. The great thing about GIS and the way that they the software is really targeted to do a lot of these adaptive management, like these interventions that you need. It allows you to get the output without you having to do a lot of the back work programming. So for some of you that are interested in using technology in your decision making, I would encourage you to consider this, because I've been on the end of having to do the analysis of like through the Excel sheets, and not having to do that and having it using this software has been very beneficial to me. So I'm going to go through. I hope I'm not going through too much time. Let me make certain. Let's see here. I don't know, we have something here. Okay, we'll go here. Okay, so determine areas of conservation priority. So I think I had mentioned to you, so we're collecting all this data, but at the end of the day, there has to be a shared vision by not only, this is the issue, but also the organization and the users of this park. Like what are the goals for these areas? So by determining a shared vision, that has been critical. We utilize the data to inform these conservation priorities, and we want to be able to track the progress. So for example, something that has changed between the previous parks that I showed you to this one is that we have some of these areas now have like this hashtag, and these areas have now been identified as priority areas, because what we have found is that if we were a lot of the tree species that were planted at some point are no longer there. Either they were impacted by the freeze, there was vines, they ended up having a what would it be like, they're no longer present. So now we don't have a lot of the bird nest in this area. We recognize that this could potentially be prime habitat for those bird nests. So now our next task as a priority is that we will set more time and resources to restore this area. And that is when a lot of these like big changes and on the ground management can start being not only you have a lot of the internal support, but then external support, right? Because you're identifying these areas that could potentially have the most impact. And so I'm going to go through it quickly here. Something that I want to share with you is how we track our progress of our work. We can do it in real time. So what we do is, for example, here, this is the map, and this is one little green dot that I'm going to show you. That's a little green dot. That's a person out there having to do something. There was a task that we had to do out in the field. And when you click on that dot, it's a point layer, and it's an invasive species. And the description says it's small mulberries along the main pathway. It was cut and sprayed with herbicide on this date. Has it been completed? Yes. And then I get to see a picture of like them cutting the tree, right, as they're doing it. Once they place submit, then me as the manager or the person that's looking at tracking the progress, I can go back and then say, well, this has been completed, but I know that along this park, there's a lot of tasks that haven't been completed because each task takes time and energy. But by setting priorities, then we can start saying, well, this area would take a priority, and why does it take a priority? And so and we could have the resources to do that as well. So organizational benefits, and I think I'll wrap up with that. We can focus our time and staff, we can allocate the resources, and really critical, we can develop collaboration. So as of right now, most of the tasks are really in-house, but maybe there are opportunities where we are working on creating habitat for pollinators. Maybe there is opportunity to work with another organization that can then provide us their expertise or their plant material, and we can have additional success. But we cannot get there until we have our own set of priorities, which I think is really critical. Every organization should have the priorities based on their needs and not the based of others, because every place is different. And especially when you're working in an urban park, there are a lot of different directions that a project can go, because there's a lot of voices involved in the process. But with that, I think I'm just gonna go directly to my questions because I don't want to go over time.
Well, Gabriela, I think everybody can see your passion for this site, and it's borne out in nature. It's right there for everyone to enjoy and everyone to see. Thank you for doing what you do with the partnership. Great work over many decades to realize what it looks like today. I'm wondering about the park sees a regular variation in water levels. Even thunderstorms affect the lower areas of the park. So how resilient has the park really been, its landscaping, to all these repeated storm events, and what do you have to do after the water subsides?
So one of the first things that I was kind of told, like when I first started at the park, was like, this is a changing ecosystem. Like, it is going to be prepared for the change. Like, it is dynamic. What you see today is not going to be what is going to be there, even a month from now. So do not set a vision for like, this is what it's supposed to look like, and say like, make it like, put it in a square, because a Bayou system has that dynamic component within it. That's like an integral part, right, of that system. So what are we doing? One of the biggest projects that we're working on, and I referenced it earlier, we're working with Harris County Flood Control on a biostabilization project along the Bayou. It'll be 11 acres of planting willows, looking at native grasses. And one of the main tasks that when I came on board was to be able to lead that project, working together with the contractors, Harris County, Buffalo Bayou, all of us being able to not only do the short term, like the initial planting, but then the long term. And so how I would tell you, like, what we're doing in that system is, we know that this system is going to experience change, but are we going to be prepared for it? So we're being proactive.
And there are so many. I loved your GIS graphics because it really illustrates the differences in areas of the park. How much variation there is. And we've seen other presentations in past years about some of the species that have that call the bayous home. Have you seen an uptick? You've got this data. Are you seeing an uptick in overall species that are coming in, whether it be birds or waterfowl or well, birds are fowl, water creatures or other creatures in the water?
Yes. So we have over 435 plant species at the park, which I was impressed by. There's a lot of different species, and a lot of them are volunteer. So the initial, like the planning, when we have the original plans of what was actually brought in, like the sycamores and the cypress that were planted. But then we have these areas that will have species that were not part of the, like, I recently had bushy bluestem. Like, I know that on that site, we did not plant bushy blue, but there's bushy bluestem. So yes, it's a corridor, right? So wildlife could be depositing these seeds here. It could be coming in when we do have these flood events. They deposit the seeds. This is a good thing, but then we also have invasive species or problematic species. So we have elephant ear, taro, which you'll see it, people have it as an ornamental, they sell it at stores, but then here, when we start getting it along the Bayou banks, then that becomes an issue, because now it's this invasive species and it has a very broad leaf and it starts out competing the grasses. And if that plant would not, let's say there's a storm and it gets detached, then all that bank is now more prone to erosion. So thinking about that, but we do have a lot of species. We have 45 different types of birds that we've seen along the bayou in this past year. So I really feel like I'm cataloging everything that's here. But it's important because then we don't know what we can have. But I'm very impressed every day of like even all the number of species and birds. And then I'm waiting to see the otters on our wildlife cameras. I've heard that they're here, but I haven't seen them.
Oh, that's awesome. Dr. Sosa, thank you so much for your participation today and for letting us know what you're up to at the Buffalo Bayou Park. And hopefully everybody will go and visit that park and all the other bayou parks that we have around our area. Thank you again for being here today.
Well, thank you.
So that concludes today's presentations. I know we brought you a lot today, but there's more to come tomorrow. So I hope you'll join our second group of presenters tomorrow morning at 8:15, which will include remarks from City of Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner. I do want to thank our Biopreservation Association staff, specifically Ryan Francisco, who's behind the scenes today helping us out. Also at HGAC is Andrea Tantillo. This doesn't happen without those two individuals doing what they have been doing, and then the rest of our organizing committee. Thank you so much. We are gathering at the Kirby Ice House this afternoon from 4 to 6. Our social mixer, that's the Kirby Ice House, actually in the Kirby district there. It's on East Side Street. Drop by. We'd love to see you. I'll be there, a couple of our presenters, and we will see the rest of you tomorrow morning. But as for today, we're adjourned.
Nice.